calling her Kamabla or something?
Yeah,
Is misspelling the name on purpose?
Beyond
questioning the racial identity, is this some sort of trope that?
I mean, it's an othering trope.
Yeah.
Because she's of a different race, from a different part of the country. But it's sort of a ham-handed othering trope. And you would think that they would come up with something more effective.
You would. You're talking to me about J.D. Vance. I'm about to ask you about Tim Walz. Have you ever heard of a campaign in which we spent so much time on the running mates? What do you make of it?
Well, my view, which is contrary to conventional wisdom is running mates don't really matter much.
Yes. Even Trump said so.
Even Trump said so. And in Trump's case, it doesn't. Because, no one's going to vote for Trump or against Trump based on his running mate. Maybe a few people, but almost no one. In this case, for Kamala Harris, I think the running mate actually makes a big difference. Not so much because people are going to vote based on Tim Walz or not, but he's part of the introduction of Kamala Harris to the country. And her choice of the person standing next to her on the stage, validating her, and the repertoire between them is how America's first seeing her. She didn't come through 2 years of primaries like Trump or Barack Obama.
So he's helping to define her.
Yes, and it's a familiar persona, a high school teacher, coach. Everyone's been to high school in America who gets to vote, basically. So it's a familiar validator, and they've got this nice repertoire so far that is the Kamala show.
Does he codify the San Francisco liberal thing? Because that's what we're hearing from the Trump campaign. He runs a sanctuary state. They're even questioning his military credentials. But the point here is that there's no balancing effect on this ticket. He exacerbates the left lean.
I think that he is balancing in terms of culture and regional identity and personality on the ticket, and that's where it's effective. He is not balancing so much ideologically. They're both more liberal. Kamala Harris is actually not as liberal as some others in the Democratic Party. He's mostly sort of a conventional liberal, free lunches for everyone. That's like a old-fashioned liberal approach that he's done. But what matters for, I think, a lot of voters in this day and age is the identity politics. And he's a 60-year-old teacher, coach from a rural state who dons a camo hat and shoots ducks and other.
Did you see the camo hats are sold out? They have these campaigns for the camo. They sold out in the first day. I want to ask you, Mike, about the Cori Bush primary. Got a lot of attention because you've got a member of the so-called squad, so you're going to get a bunch of headlines out of this. And she lost after Jamal Bowman also lost. And I just wonder if the media coverage is correct to be looking for a trend here, or if these are candidate-specific, district-specific events.
You are correct. They are candidate-specific, district-specific events, but it does show the power of Jewish Democrats who are pro-Israel. I mean, not every Jewish Democrat would fall into that category, but there's a large group of Jewish people in the Democratic Party who have a strong identity with Israel, who are offended by some of these more critical voices on Israel's conduct, and they are showing their power and their ability to strike back. So it's a warning to people who are going to go too far in their criticism of Israel, that there is a large group within the party that will flex their muscle and fight back.
At some point, these people are going to come back, lawmakers, that is, to town. Is anything going to happen? Are we prepared, for instance, for an emergency supplemental request in the event of a natural disaster? We're talking about hurricanes on the daily right now. What are they prepared to do?
Well, what they'll probably do, I mean, they claim that they're, going through the regular process of funding the government. The government runs out of money September 30th. What they nearly always do in elections like this is come up with a temporary measure to fund the government through the election. You could add a emergency funding measure for hurricanes or whatnot to that. It would be harder to have one emergency measure that they would vote on and then a separate, temporary interim funding, although they could do both. In terms of getting a separate thing through, if it came down to that, it would depend on how evenly the damage fell among Republican and Democratic-leaning areas.
What are they back, September 10th or something? So they're going to have
After
2-3
Labor
weeks to
Day,
figure
like
that
when
out?
your kids come back to school, eventually Congress will come back from vacation.
And then they're going to come to you and ask you to write a shutdown story, and we're going to go through this whole process all over again, right?
Yeah, but the likelihood of a shutdown
You'll pull
is
them in off
very
the
low.
ledge.
It's
Yeah,
very low
sure.
because, why do you want to do that
On the
going
eve
into
of an election. Let's see.
They've always historically just punt and then come back after the election, and then they know the power dynamic. They know next year who will have what power. It's much easier to make a deal when you understand your true power.
Yes, indeed. That's why the lame duck can be fun sometimes. Yeah. Great to see you, Mike Dorning, as always.
Great to see you.
Great to spend some time here at the bar with Mike Dorning. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We're going to play this all to the panel next, along with this new move to Swift Boat, Tim Walz. The Trump campaign is getting specific about these allegations of stolen valor, and we'll get into that next after we update world and national news with Amy Morris in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Amy.
Hi, Joe. Former President Trump says he'll be holding a news conference this afternoon. He's going to try to blunt that momentum you were just talking about for Democrat Kamala Harris in the industrial heartland. James Lucier is senior political analyst at Capital Alpha Partners.
Kamala Harris has already done quite well with her initial announcement. She's had a flawless rollout. She's had a good honeymoon. And she's also benefiting from what I would call a relief rally among Democrats who realized that there was literally no way Joe Biden could win after the debate.
Trump's news conference is set for 2 p.m. Wall Street time from Mar-a-Lago. You can listen on Bloomberg Radio, watch on Bloomberg Television, or the Bloomberg Podcasts YouTube page. Meanwhile, Vice President Harris and running mate Tim Walz continue their battleground state blitz today in Detroit. Harris has yet to hold a news conference since she launched her campaign nearly 3 weeks ago. Let's check the Summer Games in Paris. The U.S. has the most medals with 95. China has 70. France has 52. China has the most gold at 28. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
1240 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Do want to begin with a developing story headline on the Bloomberg Professional Service. Trend Micro said to be exploring a sale after attracting buyout interest. That, according to Reuters, citing sources. The Japanese cybersecurity firm said to be working with investment bankers to solicit interest from potential buyers. An update, big time. We're off session highs, but still a gain of 87 points right now for the S&P. That is an advance of 1.7%, trading briefly above 5,300. The S&P now at 5287. The Dow up 476, also off session highs, up right now by 1.2%. NASDAQ up 349, higher by 2.2%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares up by 1.6%. 10-year at 3.99%. The 2-year yield 4.04%. Gold now up 1.5%. Spot at 24.18 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.2%. 76.10 now for a barrel of WTI. Jobless claims Thursday, and David Rosenberg, the president and founder of Rosenberg Research, says never underestimate the power of the jobs numbers.
What's tried, tested, and true is the unemployment rate. And the unemployment rate is up 0.9 of a percentage point over the past 15 months. And the data going back to 1948 show that we had 12 recessions. And when you're up 90 basis points or more in the unemployment rate from the cycle low, you go into recession 100% of the time.
David Rosenberg of Rosenberg Research keeping an eye on Bumble shares, down now by 31.7%. They are heading for their biggest decline on record after the dating company slashed its annual revenue outlook. Again, Bumble down now by 31.7%. And rival dating app owner Match, it is down by 0.9%. Match, of course, the parent of Tinder, Hinge, OkCupid, and Our Time. Again, recapping here, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all in the green. Right now, we've got the S&P up 1.6%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Nice to see you, Charlie. We thank you so much. A couple more days like this, we'll forget all about Monday. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, balancing the markets and politics here once again today as we assemble our panel with what feels a lot like a swift boat campaign underway here suddenly with regard to Kamala Harris's new running mate, Tim Walz. Now, we dipped our toes into these waters yesterday with our panel, but there's a lot more today as the Trump camp seems to really be investing itself in this. It's something that we're reading about in the tip sheets, the newspapers. It's been a lot of reporting among the TV networks. And, of course, J.D. Vance came out with it yesterday during a news conference in Michigan, keeping in mind that we've heard these accusations before when Tim Walz was running for governor. But Chris LaCivita, who in fact helped to drive the Swift Boats, what was it, For Truth campaign against John Kerry. Of course, he's helping to run the Trump campaign. And he says, quote, the two biggest sins in the military are claiming credit for decorations you don't have or claiming combat action you did not participate in. And he says this much is certain. He's guilty of at least one of them. J.D. Vance talked about it yesterday at his news conference. Here's what he said.
I wonder, Tim Walz, when were you ever in war? When was this? What was this weapon that you carried into war, given that you abandoned your unit right before they went to Iraq, and he has not spent a day in a combat zone? What bothers me about Tim Walz is this tend to be something that you're not. And if he wants to criticize me for getting an Ivy League education, I'm proud of the fact that my mamaw supported me, that I was able to make something of myself. I'd be ashamed if I was him and I lied about my military service like he did.
These are heavy accusations, and of course it's coming in that case from a Marine Corps veteran, accusing Tim Walz of abandonment, essentially going AWOL. And we've heard about this before, as I mentioned, during the gubernatorial campaign. We can put a finer point on these, and we are going to. There's been a lot of great reporting from Politico, from ABC News, The Washington Post, and other groups that have sort of aggregated everything that we know here about each of the 3 or 4 accusations. But let's get the panel in. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are back together today. Bloomberg Politics contributors, of course. Rick, a partner at Stone Court Capital, and Jeannie, a political science professor at Iona University. Rick, you've actually had a brush with this type of politics, maybe more than once, when I think about Donald Trump criticizing John McCain's service. This is somewhere you don't go unless you know what you're talking about here. And I wonder how nervous this is making you as we go further down this road.
Yeah, actually, I'm not even sure you talk about this, even if you know what you're talking about. John McCain stuck his neck out during the John Kerry Swift Boat episode and said, you know what? All service is honorable service. Then when he was running against, George W. Bush, there were questions about, his service in the Texas National Guard. And John McCain, his opponent at the time, stuck his neck out and said, all military service is honorable service. And he would do the same today. I'm highly confident of that. The idea that anybody is called on the carpet for serving in its country's uniform military service, whether that's in the National Guard or the active duty, is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, so we have trouble recruiting people into the military right now. What do you think, Mr. Vance, you're doing to the morale of people who want to enter the Guard, who want to enter the uniformed service, and what message are you giving them? Mind your P's and Q's, because even military service is going to be subject to political criticism. Right. And this all as the vice president of the guy who, according to a great American U.S. military leader, John Kelly, a Marine general and former Secretary of Homeland Security, said Donald Trump disparaged military service, those who served in World War II, calling them suckers and losers. I mean, I don't think, Vice President nominee Vance is really understanding the Pandora's box that he wants to open up on his boss. If we want to talk about military service, let's talk about Donald Trump.
Draft dodger 5 times over, according to his critics. He claimed to have bone spurs, right, Rick? That's why we had Democrats on the air here yesterday saying, yeah, let's have that debate. Let's do that right now, Jeannie. But let's also get specific about what we're talking about. Abandonment is what J.D. Vance said, and I'm curious what you think about this. Walz did retire to run for Congress right before his unit was deployed. But how soon before? This is now ABC News compiling this alongside Politico. Walz fired paperwork for his congressional run in February 2005, Jeannie. That's a month before reports emerged that the Minnesota National Guard might be deployed. He announced his run in May of that year, 2 months before the directive was officially issued. Does that qualify as abandonment?
Of course not. I mean, this is a ridiculous argument. The man served 24 years in the National Guard. You sign a contract to serve. He served even though it was determined he had been injured and could have stepped down, could have retired. He continued to serve until he decided to retire after 24 years. So it's a ridiculous charge to say he abandoned. I really don't know what they're talking about, the abandonment. The other one about his time spent in combat, I think that is something we should hear Tim Walz address. They have already issued a statement addressing some of this and congratulating J.D. Vance on his service as a military reporter. No harm there either. You do not have to serve honorably. In fact, many people in our military serve in other ways. So I think this veteran on veteran attack that J.D. Vance is launching, this disparaging of what people are doing in the military at a time, as Rick just mentioned, we need people to sign up, particularly young people to enlist. I think this is a lot of distraction because they're throwing spaghetti at the wall, trying to figure out how best to attack this guy. This is simply not going to work. And by the way, we're not in 2004 anymore.
Well, there's a lot to be said for that, Jeannie. In terms of this idea of serving in combat, Rick, the Harris campaign circulated a video of Walz calling for background checks for gun purchases. This is what J.D. Vance was talking about with him holding the weapon. He said, we can make sure that those weapons of war that I carried in war are only carried in war, unquote. Should he have to explain that?
Yeah, I mean, that's fair in the sense that, he didn't serve in a combat zone, but he served overseas. But again, we're just sort of parsing a man's commitment to the military for 24 years. Easily explain that. You can throw your campaign manager under the bus and said, I never approved that language. That would be easy. Not that I'm for throwing campaign managers under the bus, but the reality of this is
never happened to you.
It's a little bit much to do about nothing in that regard. And the other thing I would say too is, I know that there's a rush to define Harris and Walz, but I think the idea that you're going to pick this ground to fight on, which is very vulnerable to attack to Donald Trump, the head of the ticket, is a very dangerous strategy. I mean, if I were J.D. Vance in the Trump campaign, I'd say, maybe we shouldn't be really using this as our front line of attack because we really are vulnerable at the top of our ticket with this, as you've pointed out. And so I really don't get it as a tactic. There are a lot of other things on the economy, on social programs, on the immigration front that you could easily go after these folks that are actually real issues to voters. And I can't imagine a scenario where veterans even entertain this kind of discussion. So who are you appealing to right now? So I just don't get it as a campaign tactic.
We heard from another veteran, Rick, and I think he's speaking directly to the point that you've been making here now for a couple of minutes, and that's Mark Kelly. Of course, a former Navy fighter pilot, as well, NASA astronaut, and was on the short list. He could be bitter right now. But his statement on this, quote, "You both deserve to be thanked for your service. Don't become Donald Trump." He calls veterans suckers and losers, as Rick referenced. And that is beneath those of us who have actually served, unquote. It's inclusive and it's thankful. Jeannie, would any of this be happening if it didn't actually work against John Kerry?
I'm not sure. I think Chris LaCivita, who, as you mentioned, was the architect behind the Kerry and is now co-chairing Donald Trump's campaign or co-managing it, it's worked for him before. He's trying it again. Again, I think they are throwing spaghetti at the wall, trying to see what sticks. But I'll tell you what has several Republicans nervous is that even if these attacks were founded, which most people believe they are not, they are going against the vice presidential nominee or candidate. What about Kamala Harris? How does this make any sense that you attack this guy, Tim Walz, who's second on the ticket, and leave Kamala Harris running around getting $36 million in 24 hours, huge crowds at these rallies, making these cases, and she's sort of gone unscathed. So I don't suspect that will happen for long, but that's what I mean when this makes very, very little sense. And of course, it makes very little sense if it came out of the mouth of Donald Trump, who, as you mentioned, himself did not serve and claimed it was because of bone spurs, but famously couldn't remember what foot bone spurs were in. So it is an argument and a tactic that's not going to succeed. And I think Tim Walz is going to welcome speaking to it and about it. And I think, by the way, I'm so glad you raised the Kelly statement. He's absolutely right. Everybody should be thanked for their service, J.D. Vance and Tim Walz included, obviously Mark Kelly as well.
No, let's do it on the air then. I thank them both for their service. I never served, and I think this is an absolutely wild conversation that we're having in 2024. It's not slowing sales of the hat. Did you guys see the camo hat? This is apparently the new status symbol for Democrats, according to Axios. This came out just a couple hours after the Tim Walz choice had been announced. $40 camo hat sold out in 30 minutes. 3,000 orders totaling almost $1 million in purchases. Boy, who needs NFTs, I guess? It's now only available for pre-order. Both of you guys want one of those, right? Did you order one, Jeannie?
I didn't. I am way behind. But how much do you want to bet that Donald Trump's not wearing one of those when he comes out for his press conference today? I would love it if he was.
I'm believing that's true. We'll see how many camo hats are in the crowd for the next Kamala Harris rally. But this is, maybe this is another metric like crowd size that we shouldn't pay too much attention to, Rick.
Yeah, I think crowd size and hats are fine. But, I still like the dark Brandon hat. I want to bring those back.
I'm with you. God, I love the fact that we're going to be in Chicago with both Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. We got a lot to learn between now and then, I'll tell you that right now. And we'll continue learning with our signature panel in our second hour here as we welcome our global television audience to Balance of Power, the Thursday edition. Kaylee Lyons is on the way in, and we've got fresh polling. We're going to spend some time with Cliff Young from Ipsos coming up just moments from now as we get the lay of the land in the 2024 campaign on Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Donald Trump calls a news conference, but will he answer a question? Welcome to the fastest show in politics. As the Harris Walz ticket continues the big road show today in Detroit and Phoenix, And the former president will face reporters coming up about an hour from now at Mar-a-Lago. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington alongside Kaylee Lyons. It'll be interesting to see, Kaylee, if he actually speaks to reporters or gets into policy, with voters in swing states curious to hear about issues like the economy, like the border, that we thought would drive this election.
Yeah, of course, he didn't actually say what the subject matter will be. He said it will be a general news conference, and you have to wonder if the whole point of this is to have the news conference, as the Trump-Vance campaign is becoming highly critical of the Harris-Walz campaign, who, yes, they're swinging through the swing states, reading the teleprompter at the rallies. Yeah. They're not answering questions from reporters.
That's right. And look, that's been a knock on Democrats, including Joe Biden as well. So, right, maybe he's holding this news conference so he can say that she hasn't done that. I just wonder if we get a back and forth, because I think that would be actually a helpful exercise with both of these candidates.
Yeah, especially because we don't know for sure whether we will ever see them share a debate stage. We all have massive question marks as to what exactly might be happening in the first few weeks of September. So we'll have more coverage of a busy day in politics for you. But first, it's also a busy day in the markets, and Charlie Pellet has a look up in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Kaylee Lyons. And yes, right to the numbers here. We got fast-moving markets to the upside with green on the screen big time today. We did have the S&P briefly back at 5,300, up 94 right now, a gain of 1.8%. The Dow up 510 points, up 1.3%. And on this jobless claims Thursday, NASDAQ up 377, up 2.3%. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares advancing by 1.7%. Bottom line here, solid rebound for the equity market. Bonds falling after this morning's claims reading helped ease fears about a more pronounced slowdown in the world's largest economy. Certainly a broad-based rally here. All major groups in the S&P 500 are advancing. Russell 2000 up now. Small cap shares up by 1.7%. 10-year at 3.98%. The 2-year 4.04%. Gold up $35 the ounce, up 1.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.2%. 76.11 for a barrel of WTI. The stocks stand out today. Under Armour, UA on the ticker, up 18.4%. Out with results that exceeded analyst expectations and raised its guidance as the athletic wear brand shows signs of improvement under the returning CEO, founder Kevin Plank. Barclays is removing an EU era limit on some of its top bankers and traders' bonuses, joining rivals Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan Chase in ditching the cap. Again, recapping here, a major equity rally underway. S&P up 91 right now, up by about 1.8%. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet up in New York, thank you so much. With a rally underway today, probably safe to bet we won't be seeing much talk of a Kamala crash in the markets from Donald Trump, or hearing much from him about that when he delivers this news conference at 2 p.m. Eastern time from Mar-a-Lago that we're expecting. So then the question becomes, what will we hear from the former president and Republican nominee this afternoon?
Well, it's interesting. I mean, I guess you can sort of guess what we're going to hear. He's got a stump speech. We know the points he wants to hit, but will it involve reporters? A news conference is supposed to have questions and answers. And the last time he called one and we carried it, he spoke for, about 45 minutes without calling on a single reporter. So this will be interesting to see if he's trying to make the point that Kamala Harris doesn't hold news conferences, if he actually does.
Yeah, and it's worth keeping in mind, we will see him do this today. We will also see him in Montana tomorrow for a rally. But we haven't been seeing him as frequently as we've been seeing his vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, or the Democratic ticket, as they're the ones that are crisscrossing the swing states this week, and Donald Trump has been at home.
Some interesting new polling out. We got something earlier from Marquette University. Kamala Harris leading Donald Trump head-to-head nationally, 6 points, Kaylee, 53 to 47. We're going to drill down on some of the swing states coming up in a little bit with Cliff Young at Ipsos. Always showing up with the goods when we see Cliff Young, and he'll be with us in a couple of moments. Right now, Laura Davison joins from Bloomberg Politics team here in Washington, D.C. It's great to see you, Laura, as we try to get a sense of the direction here in this campaign, what the issues are going to be, because the Trump camp has been talking about Tim Walz's military service more than the border, more than the economy. more than abortion, geopolitics? Is this just a distraction or an effective strategy?
They're still struggling to figure out what their messaging is. Trump, has had a bad week last week, when he went to the National Association of Black Journalists and, insulted Harris. Vance has, as he's been on the campaign trail this week, been doing a lot of insulting, but not a lot of redirecting to what their message is. So that's partially why you see Trump, he's trying to reclaim the mantle here today with this press conference. He wants to change the conversation. He also, believes himself to be the best messenger for his campaign. So this allows him to steal back the spotlight, at least for a little bit. The question is, though, will this go off the rails, or will this, be a time for him to sort of reframe and reset his campaign?
So it becomes a question of discipline then, when we've been having the conversation this cycle that the campaign is more disciplined this time around. The campaign specifically, the candidate is another thing entirely, Laura, as we've come to learn just within the last few weeks alone. You could find many examples, including that appearance at the National Association of Black Journalists conference.
Yeah, and he's been agreeing to do a lot more events that are sort of outside the realm of normal. So earlier this week, he did a live stream from Mar-a-Lago for almost an hour and a half with a gamer, a video game celebrity, but someone who's had some ties to white nationalists and has been a controversial figure. He also has said he's going to do this interview with Elon Musk on Monday.
Has Elon confirmed that?
He has not denied it, and he sort of talked around it on X. So we are assuming this is happening for now, but we still don't have any details about, is this going to be on video? Is it going to be live? It's still all out there twisting in the wind.
Does Trump want his military record to come up, or are they doing this so it doesn't?
That's a really good question. It's also interesting, too, that, Vance does have a military record. He hasn't really been talking about that as much on the campaign trail. But military records, that's kind of back to like 2008 and John Kerry and all of that. So this is
same players, too.
A little bit of a throwback. I think it's interesting just as the military becomes something that is touches fewer Americans, that the fewer Americans have an intersection with the military. It's been less of an issue, and things like couches and coconuts are what's taking off instead.
Well, and it is worth pointing out there is a common denominator here with Kerry in 2004, and now it's Chris LaCivita.
Yes, indeed.
And that is worth keeping in mind.
Employing the same strategy.
Very much so. On the subject of strategy, the strategy we've seen from the Harris-Walz campaign to this point is just hit the road, hit all the swing states you can. A hurricane may be getting in the way of some of the swing states in the southeast, but she's going to be, after Michigan today, head to Arizona. She'll be going to Las Vegas, then she's hitting San Francisco after that. To what extent is the campaign thinking they can continue to just keep this up with organized rallies before putting her in front of the media for a press conference like we're going to see Trump do today, or sitting down for a big interview?
The campaign wants to keep a very aggressive schedule, so I think you're going to continue to see this pace of rallies, either with Harris or Walz or some other combination of surrogates going forward. But they're under a lot of pressure to put her in front of journalists, whether that's to hold a press conference or sit down with, serious journalists and have these conversations. Biden avoided that for a long time, and he would maybe, go and talk to Howard Stern or, not as hard news sorts of folks. But this is going to be an issue that she's going to face, and the issues that Biden had are not the same issues that she had in terms of, she's proved herself that she's able to speak off the cuff. So she needs to sort of put herself in a situation where she does that.
Couches and Coconuts should be the name of your podcast. Maybe a book, maybe your book on the campaign. That's brilliant. I just have to say that out loud. Why sit down with a hard-hitting journalist and expose yourself to that when you're going to get more play probably with a Howard Stern interview? If Donald Trump's sitting down with Elon Musk, what's the equivalent for Kamala Harris?
It does help negate this attack from J.D. Vance that she is not talking with journalists, that he's making a real big issue of. Yesterday he sauntered off his plane. He happened to be at the same airport where Harris was in Air Force Two. There was a pool of press gathered outside the plane, and he said, hey, I'm coming to check to make sure you're not lonely because Harris isn't talking to you. This stunt, didn't maybe land quite the way he wanted it. It came off as very abrasive. But if she wants to sort of be able to deflect some of the negatives, and Democrats, their sort of strategy has been, they go low, we go high. She needs to at least touch on this issue.
I guess we'll just see when she decides to do so. Laura Davison, Bloomberg Politics editor, thank you so much, as always. And as we talk about the vice president and the vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, for that matter, swinging through the swing states, it is worth taking stock of where exactly the race stands in these key battleground states that ultimately will decide the outcome of the election. New polling coming in today from Ipsos that finds that Harris and Trump are in a statistical dead heat in the swing states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona, and of course, Nevada. So on that note, we bring in Cliff Young. He is Ipsos's head of U.S. Public Affairs, always on top of these polling. So this does track, Cliff, with our own polling we've done with Morning Consult here at Bloomberg, this idea that they are literally neck and neck in the swing states. But is there a sense that there is more momentum for one candidate than another?
Right now, we have to be careful of false positives, that there is this Harris enthusiasm bump. We find it about 4 points at the national level. We found it in the swing states now at about 5 points. This will dissipate in our minds over time, post-convention. And so we really, once the dust settles, we know where we're going to be. But right now, Harris is riding this wave.
Well, it's interesting, Cliff, and thanks for coming back. I really love spending time with you when you have new numbers to share like this. And yours are important because we're talking swing states, not la-la land national polls. But we've seen in the last 24 hours, the Cook Political Report moved 3 states, at least in the direction of Democrats in the form of toss-ups. We've seen Sabato's crystal ball at the University of Virginia Center for Politics move 3 states as well. Georgia was one of them. So it speaks to the point you're making here. We're in a very noisy period. How much fluidity do you see in the map?
Yeah, I think we have to be very careful. Right now, we have this, once again, this enthusiasm bump for Harris. It's significant. We see, especially the Democratic base, being energized relative to the Republican base. But when we look at the fundamentals, when we look at those key factors that help define electoral outcomes, they still are in Trump's favor. Principally, it's the economy. It's the number one issue. Peel away the onion, it's really about inflation. And Trump dominates on that issue, both nationally as well as in the key swing states.
Well, so on the economy, and you have here in polling you sent over that 52% said the most important issue facing the country is inflation or increasing costs. We just had a headline cross the Bloomberg terminal in the last hour that mortgage rates have dropped to their lowest level since May of 2023. When we think about increasing costs, Cliff, what costs are the most important and that we should be watching to see if they're coming down and consider the political consequences of that? Is it the cost of home ownership or renting, or is this still groceries and gas?
That's a great question. It's not about inflation. It's about price levels, about costs. Renting and mortgages are important, but more importantly is gas and basic foodstuffs. When you look at the key constituencies that have been affected by inflation, like younger Americans, Black Americans, and Hispanic Americans, it's all about that simple stuff. Day-to-day groceries, day-to-day sort of household goods and services that really push those segments over the edge. And Harris has a lot of work to do. The Democrats have a lot of work to do. They lost those people over the last, let's say, year or so.
Cliff, we were talking before you joined us about the attempt to swift boat Tim Walz and the questioning of his military credentials right now. I think the consensus is there isn't one, and we're curious to see if this sticks. One thing that you are seeing stick is this term weird, the label weird, sticking to Trump relative to Harris, you say, suggesting the Harris campaign has been successful in initially defining Trump. This is being used, of course, coined, I guess, by Tim Walz in this particular case, used against Republicans at large. What do you make of it?
Yeah, we took a number of terms and we tested them in this swing state poll. Right now, it's the battle of biographies. That's what we're seeing at this moment. And the Democrats, and more specifically Walz, have been very effective at painting Trump in a negative light. He's weird. And that sticks. And basically, Trump sort of outpaces on that negative point Harris by about 16 points. And so very interesting, suggests that strategy is effective. It might be a way to counter Trump's irreverence. That's always been a very positive attribute for him. But we will see if ultimately it has that sort of long-lasting impact.
Yeah, and I guess we'll see whether or not the questions over Tim Walz's service and his lack of deploying before retiring ultimately has a lasting impact. Let's just take a listen to how the Republican vice presidential nominee, Senator J.D. Vance, has characterized this.
I wonder, Tim Waltz, when were you ever in war? What was this weapon that you carried into war, given that you abandoned your unit right before they went to Iraq, and he has not spent a day in a combat zone? What bothers me about Tim Waltz is the stolen valor garbage. Do not pretend to be something that you're not. And if he wants to criticize me for getting an Ivy League education, I'm proud of the fact that my mamaw supported me, that I was able to make something of myself. I'd be ashamed if I was him and I lied about my military service like he did.
So, of course, the reference to a weapon of war from the senator there was an old advertisement from Tim Waltz, who, of course, has advocated in more recent years for stronger gun control measures, talking about weapons of war that shouldn't be available, like the ones he himself carried into war. And I asked this, Cliff, with the knowledge that you've also pulled the notion of patriotism, which is something that Donald Trump pulls much better on than Kamala Harris. To what extent is this a narrative that actually matters to the American voter?
It's very important. And indeed, I would go as far as saying that the Waltz pick is more important because of his profile than his policies. He's more sort of aligned with, let's say, Vance's profile, white, rural, veteran, and very important and very resonant with that segment of the American population. And what we're seeing right now is a battle of biographies. Vance is trying to paint him in a negative light. Whether that's effective or not, we will see. But I would say it's the correct tack at going after his personal biography before he's able to define it.
I'm going to ask you about another issue here, Cliff, and that's political violence. It's something that came up in a CBS interview with President Joe Biden, the idea that if Donald Trump loses, it's Katie bar the door. Here's what he said.
If Trump loses, I'm not confident at all. He means what he says. We don't take him seriously. He means it. All the stuff about if we lose, there'll be a bloodbath. It have to be a stolen election. Look what they're trying to do now in the local election districts where people count the votes. They're elected, they're putting people in place in states that they're going to count the votes, right? You can't love your country only when you win.
Cliff Young, what are you learning about the level of concern that voters have over this?
Very high levels of concern for violence, widespread belief that the system is broken, so such statements are believable. But the other thing we have to realize is this is one of the primary points of focus of the Democratic campaign, to paint Trump and the Republican Party as being insurrectionist, as being anti-democratic, that they're a threat to democracy. And this will be hammered over and over and over again by multiple messengers. It's a theme that especially mobilizes the Democratic base, but also has a pretty good effect on independents. So I expect to see more of this with more intensity over the course of the next 90 days.
Cliff Young at Ipsos with fresh numbers straight from the campaign trail and specifically the swing states. Cliff, thank you so much for the numbers, the data, the analysis. It's always great to have you here on Balance of Power, the Thursday edition here on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. I suspect, Kaylee, a lot of this is going to come up, maybe every issue we just walked through with Cliff, if Donald Trump makes good on a promise for a news conference today.
Yeah, if he actually answers questions from reporters who will be there. We're all going to find out just over 40 minutes from now. It's scheduled to begin at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Again, he is characterizing this as a general news conference, but will it be that or just a monologue?
That's right. Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago, the Democratic ticket in Detroit and Phoenix today. Speaking of the swing states, and J.D. Vance, of course, following them. We'll have a lot more with our signature panel coming up next on the fastest show in politics. This is Bloomberg.
Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Another leg higher since our last update. We are now looking at a 620-point jump in the Dow Jones Industrial Average, up 1.6%. Solid rally underway on this jobless claims Thursday with the S&P now up 108, a gain there of 2.1%. Again, best level of the day, worth underscoring. Back above 5,300 on the S&P, 5,308. NASDAQ taking part in the rally, up 2.6%. The NASDAQ 100 index doing a tad better, up 2.7%. And the Russell 2000 index up 2%. Small cap shares advancing, all part of a broad-based rally. 10-year at 4.00% with the 2-year 4.04%. Spot gold up 1.6%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.2%. And a Bitcoin right now advancing by 8.1%, 59,594 on Bitcoin. Again, Bitcoin surging by 8.1%. Solid rebound for stocks. Bonds fell after the latest U.S. labor market reading helped ease fears about a more pronounced slowdown in the U.S. economy. Again, the S&P up by 2%. Boeing CEO Kelly Ortberg says he'll be walking the main factory floor near Seattle on his first day and relocating to the city that forms the nucleus of the plane maker's activities to renew the bond with workers stung by crisis. Boeing shares right now up by 2.7%. So again, recapping here, S&P back above 5,300. That index up now by 2%. Balance of Power continues now. The Thursday edition. Lots going on. Back we go to Washington once again. Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. And a lot more is set to be going on just about 40 minutes from now, when we expect that Donald Trump will be giving a news conference, a general news conference from Mar-a-Lago. The question is whether or not he will actually be answering questions asked by reporters, as this is something that his campaign, and specifically his vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, have been questioning Kamala Harris about, this notion that she is not taking questions from the press. We heard J.D. Vance talk about this in Wisconsin yesterday.
I respect the American people enough to say that I should have to earn your vote. I shouldn't be expected to be given your vote while I hide in a basement or stand in front of a teleprompter, which is exactly what Kamala Harris has done. So I'd ask all the reporters here to show a little bit of self-awareness and demand that Kamala Harris actually do the job of a presidential candidate and speak to the media and speak to reporters. Until she does, you guys have got to stop giving her a honeymoon and pretending that she's something she isn't.
It always helps to invigorate the press by telling them that they're doing a bad job. J.D. Vance yesterday with the idea of a news conference. By the way, Kaylee, have you ever been invited to a general news conference before? I've actually never heard of billing something as a general news conference.
Yeah. Maybe they all are?
Well, they kind of all are.
Right.
I think the point is to imply that anything goes.
Sure.
No topic is off limits.
Up for grabs.
Let's assemble the panel for their take on this. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano have sat through a couple of presidential news conferences, and we've got another in store here for the former president at Mar-a-Lago. Jeannie, what's your thought here? Does Kamala Harris need to show up, sit down, do hard interviews, do that news conference? Who's actually asking for it?
Yeah, what I think she doesn't need to do is to stalk people on the campaign trail and try to get onto their airplanes. Besides that, I do agree she needs to sit down for an interview. Let's face it, she's only been on the campaign trail, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. She's gonna do hard-hitting interviews. She absolutely should. She should start with the two of you, whether it's tomorrow or the next day, and then move on. But yeah, absolutely, she should do this. But it is a rich argument coming from Donald Trump, who has been holed up in Mar-a-Lago for a week. Let's see if he comes out today, to your point, and answers questions. I think he should do that. I hope he sticks to the message. He had a big sort of tease yesterday on taxes. That would be something for him to focus on. But I suspect we're going to hear a lot of anti-Harris and anti-Waltz messaging more than his plans for tax cuts.
All right, I would just like to state here for the record that both presidential candidates and vice presidential candidates, for that matter, you all have a standing invitation to come here to Bloomberg TV and radio. We would love to speak with you anytime. But to the point Jeannie was just making, Rick, this notion that we all don't ever really know what we're going to hear from Donald Trump, whether there is a message he wants to convey, whether he just wants to air some grievances or is just doing all of this with no real plan in advance, given what we've seen at the NABJ in recent weeks, et cetera. Is this, I think we all understand what Donald Trump is trying to do here, but to what extent does it risk backfiring if he once again goes off script?
Well, I mean, you just mentioned one of three of the last three events that he's done, the Atlanta rally, that, and the convention speech. They all backfired. I mean, these were completely teed up for him to excel, to pitch voters, to, talk about his message of, improving the economy and closing the border. None of which he did. I mean, by all means, he did the grievance tour, he did the insult tour, he was the 2016 Donald Trump, not the 2020 Donald Trump or the 2024 Donald Trump that everybody hoped would show up. And we see from reporting that there's a lot of anxiety within the campaign about the fact that, it's not the campaign that's off the rails, it's Donald Trump personally who's off the rails. And that is a different kind of story. All of a sudden, you're like, hey, the campaign's doing fine. It's the guy at the top of our ticket who doesn't know how to stay on message. We haven't seen that kind of disparity inside the campaign in a while. It's been pretty tight. And so I think Donald Trump's got to prove something at this presser today that he can actually stand up in front of a group of people, whether they're reporters or not, and actually stay on message and deliver a sort of argument as to why he should be president and an attack on his opponents. That is something other than identity politics or a bunch of gobbledygook, frankly. Don't be weird, Donald Trump. This is a press conference, treat it as such. So, yeah, I think this is a really interesting hurdle for him. And by the way, I mean, it will be exemplary as to maybe what his conduct will be at a debate, which is really the big kahuna of press conferences.
No doubt. Great point, Rick Davis. I'm sure Drill Baby Drill is going to come up today. Jeannie, you remember it's become a refrain again. It must bring Rick back to the convention in 2008 on a daily basis. But Donald Trump says, right, day one, dictator for a day, drill, baby, drill. And the fact of the matter is crude oil output hit an all-time high last week in the U.S. Last week, since Kamala Harris got to the top of the ticket. The U.S. remains the biggest oil and gas producer in history. Jeannie, does Kamala Harris need to start saying it?
She does. I mean, the fact is that for this campaign cycle, what has been astonishing is how little, and I mean, even before Harris got to the top of the ticket, how little focus there has been on issues. And it has been much more now. It's this whole talk of vibes and enthusiasm. The reality is, if Donald Trump can stick to message, if he can focus on issues like you were just talking about with the Ipsos poll about the economy, if she is forced to answer questions about her position on things like taxes and inflation and fracking and these things, decriminalization, could be a really important point for Americans to make a decision as which direction they want to go in policy-wise. But that's not what we've been hearing, in part because the campaign has been, or the candidate, as Rick said, has been so undisciplined on the Republican side. And we'll see where Kamala Harris comes off on this. But she does have questions to answer as it pertains to fracking for sure, which is going to be a big issue in this Rust Belt where she needs to win big.
According to the Washington Post, Rick and Jeannie, Trump is going to propose a debate with Harris either at his newly announced Mar-a-Lago news conference at 2 p.m. or in the days to come. As we talk about policy, Jeannie, usually it would be policy that would be front and center in a debate, but we still have questions as to whether or not this is happening. If Trump really is about to agree to do a debate with Kamala Harris, what does that signal to you, Jeannie? Is that actually a sign of worry on behalf of the former president?
I think so. I can't imagine Donald Trump, because he doesn't perform well at these debates, and he didn't at the last one. It's just Biden performs so much more dismally, that he would have been seeking this out if he indeed does, unless they are indeed needing to change the focus, to change the conversation. So I do think it is a sign that they are nervous here about the fundraising and about the enthusiasm and energy on the Democratic side. So boy, I hope he announces this, Kaylee, in a few minutes. We'll have to wait and see, but that's my hope. I think they both should debate as much and often as possible. I think it would be a fascinating debate.
more detail, Rick, from this Washington Post report that Trump will suggest going back to the original deal, ABC News, or opting for NBC and Univision. So it sounds like we're blowing up this original agreement. We're going to make a new one. Does it matter who hosts the debate?
Not at all. I mean, right now, all these networks are going to produce basically the same moderators, just, you know, different names, and the formats are all going to be the same, because you'll just go back to what they've agreed to before with Biden Trump. There won't be a whole lot of monkeying around with that. You know, if you really want to do them, you got to keep them simple. I love the idea of doing another studio debate without an audience. I think the audiences have really poisoned the debates in the past. So yeah, I think it's a doable thing. I mean, even Trump has said, "Oh, I wouldn't hold the fact that I'm suing George Stephanopoulos and ABC against them if they're going to do a debate." So when he says things like that, that means he's already agreed to a debate and he's just laying the groundwork. So my guess is we're going to see a debate, maybe the week after the Democratic convention, maybe, you know, the week after that, but probably sometime in that first half of September.
And the question I have, if we get one, do we get many? Probably depends on
Let's see how the first one goes. You better believe it.
Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors, thank you both so much, as always. And again, a reminder, we are expecting this news conference from Donald Trump about 30 minutes from now, 2 p.m. Eastern time at Mar-a-Lago, Joe, is when it is slated to begin, and we'll see if we do get that debate announcement.
Yes, indeed. Of course, we'll bring it to you live whenever it happens here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Let's bring you up to date on world and national news right now. Amy Morris has that for us in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Amy.
All right. Thank you, Joe. Hi, Joe and Kaylee. We are waiting to hear from former President Trump, as you just mentioned, at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida. That news conference set for 2 p.m. Wall Street time from Mar-a-Lago. You can listen on Bloomberg Radio or watch on Bloomberg Television or the Bloomberg Podcasts YouTube page. And there is speculation that he will be talking about when there might be a debate between him and the Vice President Kamala Harris. In other news, both suspects in a foiled plot to attack Taylor Swift shows in Vienna appeared to be inspired by Islamic State and al-Qaeda. Investigators found bomb-making materials at one of those homes. Officials said one of the two confessed to planning to, quote, kill as many people as possible outside the concert venue. It appears he started planning the attack last month and uploaded an oath of allegiance to the current leader of Islamic State. 3 sold-out concerts had to be canceled a day earlier because of that plot, devastating Swifties from across the globe. Concert organizers said they stand beside their decision, as they expected 65,000 fans inside and 30,000 outside. Tropical storm Debbie creeping inland after making a second landfall on coastal South Carolina overnight. Heavy rain across the southern U.S. this week, now threatening floods as far north as upstate New York. The Summer Games in Paris continue. The U.S. has the most medals total with 95. China has 70. France has 52. And now China has the most gold medals at 28. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are ripping higher. Best level of the day right now on the S&P, the Dow, NASDAQ, right to the numbers here. We got the S&P up 117. Will we close above 5,300 today? Keep it locked into Bloomberg Television and Radio. 5317 where we stand right now. That is a gain of just about 2.3%. Dow Industrials now up 659 points, an advance of 1.7%. NASDAQ now up 465 points, up by 2.9%. 10-year at 4.01% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.05%. Spot gold up $38 the ounce, 24.21, up 1.6%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.6%, 76.39 for a barrel of WTI. A surge in Bitcoin now up 8.1%, 59,603 on Bitcoin. Again, Bitcoin up by 8.1%. Bumble shares heading for the biggest decline on record after the dating company slashed its annual revenue outlook, signaling that an overhaul of the flagship app has failed to reignite growth. We've got Bumble shares plunging today by 30.7%. Rival Match Group now higher. We've got Match up by about 3.7%. Match, of course, the parent of Tinder, Hinge, OkCupid, and Our Time. So again, recapping, stocks higher. S&P up 116, up by 2.2%. Balance of power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Watching the markets for us every day here on Balance of Power. It's the Thursday edition. You made it to Little Friday, and thanks for joining. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington as we consider the fluidity of this electoral map. A couple of really important changes from sources that we follow closely here on Balance of Power. We talked a little bit earlier about Sabato's crystal ball at the University of Virginia Center for Politics, moving Georgia back to toss-up, Minnesota and New Hampshire at least better for Democrats. And the Cook Political Report is making moves as well. And this draws us toward the Sun Belt. Arizona from leans R to toss-up. Nevada and Georgia also both from leans R to toss-up. Kaylee, these are important moves if you believe these are the swing states that will decide this election.
Yeah, and to quote Amy Walter in this report in which she's making these changes, she says the presidential contest has moved from one that was Trump's to lose to a much more competitive contest. She says with these moves, she now sees 235 electoral votes as leaning likely or solid Republican, 226 the same for Democrats, 77 total electoral votes rated as a toss-up. And when we consider the states likely to decide this election, we've spent a lot of time talking about the blue wall or the Rust Belt, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. But she here is looking toward the Sun Belt specifically. Yep. So that's where we go next. Samara Clark is with us. She's professor at the University of Arizona School of Government and Public Policy. Samara, welcome back to Balance of Power. Always great to have you. You're literally on the ground in Arizona. Do you sense the shift that Amy Walter is sensing?
Well, from my understanding, I believe Harris and Walz are in Arizona today. And yes,
yeah, they'll be in Phoenix later.
There is a real renewed effort here in Arizona to mobilize voters who are potentially feeling a little bit lackadaisical with Biden. And yes, you absolutely do feel it, a new wave of campaigning, of energy. And of course, with the visit today to Phoenix, that's a pretty big sign.
How much of this has to do with something new, the new shiny object, the honeymoon, the sugar rush, whatever you want to call it here, Samara, as opposed to where we might be after a debate, after a series of interviews, more headlines from geopolitics or the economy tied to this administration?
That's a great question. I mean, it's hard to know what the future holds. I certainly do not predict the future. But part of it is probably a bit of a honeymoon phase. We have a new campaign, a new candidate, a new VP pick. People are interested. They're learning about these people for the first time. There are people who are learning about Kamala Harris for the first time who didn't know all that much about her, even while she was VP. Yeah. So certainly it could be some novelty. And I think there is some just more energy being infused into the election, and frankly, more efforts by the campaign to start mobilizing people in a way that maybe they hadn't been when Biden was running.
Well, certainly we've seen the Democratic ticket mobile this week, to your point, doing this swing state tour that will include Arizona today after they appear at Detroit this afternoon. It raises the question, considering we are expecting this news conference from Donald Trump when the Trump-Vance ticket and Republicans as a whole are making a very big deal about Vice President Harris not making herself available for interviews or questions to the press. For voters, does that matter as much as it, say, matters to the media, or is it these in-person visits and holding these rallies and making the time commitment to go to these states?
You know, I don't know if, frankly, voters who are spending every day buying groceries, dealing with their kids, getting to work, I don't think they're spending a lot of time parsing out the differences between a press conference and a rally. I do think people ultimately prefer to hear from the candidates themselves. They like to see FaceTime, they like to see speeches. Press conferences certainly give an air of transparency that I think people appreciate. I wouldn't say voters are putting a lot of weight on how many minutes each candidate is spending at press conferences versus rallies, but both of these candidates should and are trying to get themselves out there in front of the public as much as possible.
Samara, a lot was said about Mark Kelly leading up to the decision on a running mate here. He was said to be on the short list until it was down to 2, and he suddenly fell off the list. But there was a thought that he could help to cover Kamala Harris on the border, on national security as a veteran. He could plug holes in her resume and maybe just deliver the state of Arizona. Are you surprised she did not pick him, and what's the fallout out there?
Sure. I mean, I think Kelly had a lot of strengths, and Arizonans generally approve of Kelly. He's a great fit for Arizona. He's sort of a nonpartisan style that Arizonans really appreciate, which is, I think, why he won in a very, very competitive state. Personally, I thought it was possibly riskier for her to choose a senator at a time when both parties need as many co-partisans in the Senate as possible. So for her to vacate a Senate seat is much riskier than vacating governorship. I thought that was probably the biggest reason why she would ultimately choose a governor, not a senator. But he was absolutely in the running. I think it brought a lot of attention in Arizona to the campaign generally. You know, Kelly has been a real strong surrogate for Harris in a way that we haven't really seen him do for Biden. And possibly that was linked to that VP, potential.
Well, as we think about the notion of vacating a Senate seat, one is being vacated in Arizona, not the one held by Mark Kelly, the one being held by Senator Sinema, who, of course, decided not to seek re-election as an independent. It's now Ruben Gallego and Kari Lake. Does the notion that the presidential race is becoming tighter in Arizona than it maybe was before also have implications for that race down the ballot?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, all of these races are going to impact each other because when someone shows up or fills out their ballot by mail, however they may choose to do it, if they're voting in one race, it increases the odds that they'll vote for another. If they're voting for a Democrat or for a Republican on one level, it increases the chances they'll do so at the other level. You know, Gallego has had a pretty comfortable lead, and comfortable in Arizona is not as big as you might think, a few percentage points. So he's had a good campaign so far. Polling has consistently shown Gallego leading Lake and Trump leading Biden. Now, of course, things are changing a little bit. But, I'm sure Gallego is probably pleased to see this trend toward toss-up, as you just indicated. He's had a fairly comfortable lead in the polls, and I'm sure he's hoping that will just increase now.
Well, I have to notice what Kari Lake's been posting on Twitter. She just 2 hours ago wrote Tim Walz is a far-left nut who left the city burned to punish law enforcement. 13 hours ago, very simple, stolen nomination and stolen valor, it says. This is the ticket the DNC is offering we, the people. How important is this conversation in a state like Arizona, filled with so many veterans and active members of the military, to see Tim Walz have his military credentials questioned?
Well, Arizona has a huge military presence. Tucson, where I'm sitting here today, has a very large, important Air Force base. So the vet community in Arizona is really important. And I think that Walz is probably both going to appeal to voters just by the fact that he has a long military service, but also, as you say, these questions now regarding his military service may become a bit of an issue. Now, of course, Democrats and Republicans are probably not going to choose their candidate based on stories about credibility of Walz's military history. We do, however, in Arizona have a very large proportion of voters who identify as independent, and those independent voters might be looking at these details a little more carefully. They might be the ones who are following these stories in the next few weeks as we see the polls start to shift.
Well, there's also just this idea of tone and feeling in this race, in the way that these conversations are being approached by either ticket. We heard from the now vice presidential nominee on the Democratic side, Governor Walz, when he was being announced by Kamala Harris at that rally in Philadelphia, seemed pretty happy and specifically thanked her for this.
Thank you, Madam Vice President, for the trust you put in me, but maybe more so, thank you for bringing back the joy.
The joy is the word the governor used, Samara. And as we consider the notion that there's been reporting part of the reason that Vice President Harris was attracted to Governor Walz was because of his so-called happy-go-lucky attitude, what plays better for voters? Kind of anger and aggressiveness, or this more joyful, jovial kind of tone we're getting?
Well, I'll say that a lot of the anger and aggressiveness in politics has pushed people away from wanting to identify with either party at all. But that largely is coming from the conflict between the two parties. So I think what Harris and Walz are going to have to do is not only talk about joy, but also try to tone down the attacks and the anger that candidates tend to see between candidates. And I think that the voters see between candidates, and I think that that's what they're trying to do. I think they're trying to distinguish themselves from the Trump-Vance ticket as much as possible. They're potentially trying to highlight Harris's youth relative to Donald Trump. So, these are all the strategies that they're going to go for, and we'll see if it works. We've only had, it feels like a long, long time now, but it's only been about a week that we've really had some certainty about this ticket, and we'll have to see how it plays out.
Well, Samara, Donald Trump's going to be holding a news conference as he's billed it, starting about 10 minutes from right now. Never really know exactly what he's going to do, but I can almost guarantee you that he will start with the border. I only say that because he has done that at just about every event he's held in recent memory here. If he doesn't start with it, he'll get to it pretty quickly. And I wonder if he has an audience only in Republicans in Arizona, or if Democrats are as concerned as well.
Oh, absolutely they are. I mean, the border is one of the biggest issues that Arizonans rate as, important here in Arizona. Now, for some Arizonans, that has to do with undocumented immigrants. For a lot of Arizonans, it has to do with illegal, contrabands, drugs, weapons that are brought across the border. But no matter how you cut it, Americans and Arizonans are concerned about the border, and that is something that both parties are going to have to tackle head on. Biden did not have great approval ratings on the border. People were not happy with improvements or lack thereof at the border over the last 4 years. So, Donald Trump is wise to bring it up. I think it's an issue that people have typically thought Republicans might be better at, but that advantage might be waning a little bit. Harris seems to be a lot more aggressive in talking about the border, and she's trying to kind of take back that issue, especially in swing states like Arizona.
And where the border is highly ranked in terms of issues we know voters care about, potentially even more so in border states, we know that the economy is up there too. We were asking Cliff Young of Ipsos about this earlier on, knowing that we saw today mortgage rates dropping to the lowest levels since May of last year. To what extent do changes like that actually help the incumbent party, or is it not material enough to make a difference when costs are still quite elevated?
Well, I'll first say, in a swing state like Arizona, where electoral outcomes are so razor thin, it's going to be hard for me to say that there's anything that might not make a difference. Really, anything could make a difference in Arizona. We have such tiny margins of victory in our races. But the economy is hugely important here. Arizona had one of the highest rates of inflation in the country. Cost of living in Arizona has really skyrocketed. It may seem like Arizona has a low cost of living compared to, DC or LA or San Francisco, but compared to how it was here 5 years ago, 10 years ago, Arizonans are pretty stunned by the increase of the cost of living. So any economic factor is going to be a big factor in an Arizona election. And seeing those mortgage rates fall, I think will have an impact and can make people more positive or more optimistic about their financial state and about the economy.
Samara Klar, it's great to have you back, as always. Thanks for the insights. Professor at the University of Arizona School of Government and Public Policy, Samara Klar, here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Counting our way down to that news conference we've been talking about 6 minutes away, assuming Donald Trump is on time. The flags are set up, so is the podium at Mar-a-Lago. Reporters have been assembled. If you're with us on Bloomberg TV or on YouTube, you see the stage set, unmistakably Mar-a-Lago. But will there be a back and forth, Kaylee, remains the big question. Donald Trump called a news conference less than a month ago. It was right around the Milwaukee convention, and it was an ad-lib speech, not a news conference. So we do take these terms seriously because they have meaning.
Yes, it just is the question of whether or not they have the same meaning to us as they do to
Right.
the former president. Is this an opportunity to just speak to the media or speak with the media and answer their questions? We're going to see how this goes just about 5 minutes from now when he is expected to begin. And of course, this comes at a time where Trump and his running mate, J.D. Vance, are criticizing Kamala Harris for not making herself available to the press. And we'll see if this inspires her to do so as she continues her swing state swing.
Fresh reporting by the Washington Post, Donald Trump could propose a new debate. We'll be listening closely. We'll have it for you live and unfiltered here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine, plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
A very good afternoon, everybody, live on radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week for this Thursday, August 8th. Quite a week. We are looking at, I feel like it's manic markets because it seems like everything, not quite awesome, but certainly better than it was earlier in the week. I know that was a gift.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
You're very
yeah,
welcome.
everything does look pretty awesome, but is it really under the surface?
Digging under the surface. We're going to do that, actually, get into the day's economic news and also what's going on in the rates trades. We'll get to that in just a moment. We are, as we mentioned, awaiting a press conference from former President Donald Trump from Mar-a-Lago. So we are expected to head there as soon as it begins. We're also keeping an eye on something you have from out of the gate this morning. Can we say it together? 3, 2, 1. Warner Brothers?
Ah, yes, Warner Brothers Discovery. From
Please get Matt some
yesterday.
coffee.
From yesterday. They had
Late last
wrote
night.
down
Fair
their
enough.
cable assets by $9 billion. And I'm wondering, why did they go and borrow $41 billion to buy this junk in the first place?
And David Zaslav, Discovery. Maybe it wasn't such a bad business on its own. I don't know. We have a lot to talk about, but we are watching the stock sink in a big way. We're also going to get into Boeing, its new CEO walking onto the factory floor, talking about full transparency, all of that ahead. First up, though, let's get to the trade and your top business stories. Here's Charlie Powell.
Hi, thanks very much. Indeed, another rebound Thursday. Today we've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, best level of the day right now. Claims Thursday. S&P advancing 116 points, up now by 2.2%. The Dow up 648, higher now by 1.67%. And NASDAQ up by 457 points, up now by 2.8%. Russell 2000 index of small cap shares ripping higher now by 2.2%. 10-year at 4.01%. The 2-year 4.06%. Spot gold up 1.7%, 24.23 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.5% now, 76.39 a barrel. Cannot ignore the move today in Bitcoin. Bitcoin is surging 7.8%. Bitcoin 59,463 right now. So stocks are pushing higher. S&P staging a solid rebound. Bonds fell after the latest labor market reading helped ease fears about a more pronounced slowdown in the U.S. economy. All major groups in the S&P 500 are advancing. And sources tell Bloomberg Apple is planning a new version of the Mac Mini that will be its smallest desktop computer yet, part of a broader overhaul of the Mac line with AI-focused chips. This based on reporting from our Mark Gurman. Apple shares right now, they're up 1.8%. Bottom line, solid rebound. Stocks pushing higher. S&P up 2.3%. That Bitcoin quote worth repeating. Bitcoin now up by 7.9%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Panic Markets. Remember what it was doing on Monday. All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Carol Massar along with Matt Miller in for Tim Stanovic this week. Tim having a nice week off. We're watching Treasury yields moving up again today following a report that showed initial applications for U.S. unemployment benefits fell last week by the most in nearly a year, potentially alleviating some of those concerns.
There's no more recession.
That the labor market is cooling too fast following last week's disappointing jobs report. Hashtag Manic Markets, because it's like a little crazy. You might remember yesterday, Moody Analytics, Mark Zandy saying, keep a watch on those weekly jobless claims data. So we are. Let's get to it with our own Michael McKee. He keeps a watch on it for sure, along with all things economic in the Fed. Mike is Bloomberg News international economics and policy correspondent right here in studio, along with Bloomberg News rates reporter Michael McKenzie, also watching all of it, as we said, both in studio. Mike, the weekly jobless claims
Wait,
down
they're both Mike.
Well, there's a Mike and a Michael.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I only call this one Michael when I'm like a little ticked off, which I never do. Weekly jobless. What does it tell us? I don't know. Why did it come below what economists forecast?
Seems silly.
Did they just miss it?
No, I mean it's really hard to forecast jobless claims. You don't really have a good database to check it, and we also have the data are frequently revised, very high frequency data. So it gives you a good sense maybe of the direction, but I wouldn't put a whole lot of credence in the actual numbers. Now, the key thing in this set of numbers is, well, there are two. One is that it went down, which everybody was excited about. And two is if you look at the unadjusted, the non-seasonally adjusted data, it went down significantly from 215,000 to 203,000. Now, we always get a jump in jobless claims in July. It's a seasonal thing. Factories shut down. Plus, we had the hurricane and other weather problems. So there are reasons why jobless claims always go up in July. But in this case, we also saw that the unadjusted ones did not, which means they probably did not We probably are not seeing companies lay people off, and that was the fundamental concern.
So this is so Neil Dutta says layoffs are not a useful recession indicator as they spike after the recession begins. But he also points out those recently laid off are having increasingly more difficulty finding work. Michael, what do you think about following this? I mean, it's crazy to me that this little number is responsible for a 2% rally in the S&P 500. I mean, if 7,000 jobs, if 7,000 layoffs better than expected puts us up 2%, what happens when we miss some little data point?
Or the move up in yields, which I thought was pretty significard.
Yeah, okay.
10 basis points, right, on the 2-year.
I think the moves in markets this week are still the reverse. You had an earthquake on Monday. You're now getting those aftershock tremors. Things are consolidating. Things are coming back, into some kind of semblance of, normality here. So the fact you've got 2- and 10-year yields back above 4%, you've had soft receptions to sales of 10-year notes yesterday and 30-year bonds this afternoon. That all makes kind of sense. We had a huge move in yields. It was an overreaction, I think. And at the time, we said it was, unless something is truly broken, yields had moved too far too quickly. Stocks had sold off way too much, particularly in Japan. We sort of bounced back. The yen's come back a bit, although it's still significantly stronger than where it was a couple of weeks ago. And we're back to waiting. I mean, today, the number mattered today because there's really nothing else until next week's CPI. So this is your one trading opportunity. It's given an opportunity for those who've been long bonds and short stocks to basically continue to take profit. And we'll reset. Markets will enter next week at new levels, and then we'll tee off on when we get the CPI.
It does speak to some volatility, right? That it doesn't take much to kind of change.
There is a lot of volatility at the moment. August 2 is notorious for being thinly traded. I spoke with Dan Iverson at PIMCO yesterday, and he said it's going to be volatile into the end of the year. There's a lot of risk events out there, and he's tactically lightened up. He's saying if you get a couple more rate cuts come out of the market, he'll look to come back in and buy 2 years. So you do have support for the bond market at high yields.
Mike, is it still fair to say the narrative of a softening labor market, that's happening?
Sure. It's not as visible in the jobless claims as it was a week or two ago.
Right.
But we're seeing the number of job openings has gradually come down, and the ratio of openings to unemployed has basically evened out, normalized, as they say. And we're seeing in the service industries, but overall the feeling is that we're getting...
Hang on, Mike, forgive me. We're going to go to Mar-a-Lago and former President Donald Trump.
Now in the most dangerous position it's ever been in from an economic standpoint, from a safety standpoint, both gangs on the street and, frankly, gangs outside of our country in the form of other countries that are, frankly, very powerful. They're very powerful countries, and we don't know what we're doing. We have leadership that has no clue how to handle them or how to handle any other situation. We have a lot of bad things coming up. You could end up in a depression of the 1929 variety, which would be a devastating thing. Took many years, took decades to recover from it. And we're very close to that. And we're very close to a world war. In my opinion, we're very close to a world war. We have people that don't know how to handle it. They're not respected. All over the world, they're laughed at. And we can't have that. Most dangerous period of time I've ever seen for our country. With that being said, we have somebody that hasn't received one vote for president, and she's running, and that's fine with me. But we were given Joe Biden, and now we're given somebody else. And I think, frankly, I'd rather be running against the somebody else. But that was their choice. They decided to do that because Kamala's record is horrible. She's a radical left person at a level that nobody's seen. She picked a radical left man that is, he's got things done that he has positions that are just not, it's not even possible to believe that they exist. He's going for things that nobody's ever even heard of. Heavy into the transgender world, heavy into lots of different worlds having to do with safety. He doesn't want to have borders. He doesn't want to have walls. He doesn't want to have any form of safety for our country. He doesn't mind people coming in from prisons, and neither does she, I guess, because she couldn't care less. She's the border czar. By the way, she was the border czar 100%. And all of a sudden, for the last few weeks, she's not the border czar anymore, like nobody ever said it. And I just hope that the media becomes more diligent, more honest, frankly, because if they're not going to be honest, it's going to be much tougher to bring our country back. We have a very, very sick country right now. You saw the other day with the stock market crashing. That was just the beginning. That was just the beginning. It's going to get worse. It's going to get a lot worse, in my opinion. And fortunately, we've had some very good polls over the last fairly short period of time. Rasmussen came out today. We're substantially leading, and others came out today that we're leading, and in some cases substantially. I guess MSNBC came out, or CNBC came out also with a poll that was, has us leading, and leading fairly big in swing states. In some polls, I'm leading very big in swing states because they want safety. People want safety. They want security. They want respect all around the world for our country. They don't want this horrible culture that is developing, a culture of no common sense. It's really a culture of no common sense, and it's not what anyone wants. We want to have a safe country. We want to have a strong military. We want low interest rates, and we want to be able to have the American dream. We want to be able to have our youth be able to buy homes, housing, get good jobs. And we're really just at the opposite right now. It's so sad to see. But as a border czar, she's been the worst border czar in history, in the world history. I think the number is 20 million, but whether it's 15 or 20, it's numbers that nobody's ever heard before. 20 million people came over the border during the Biden-Harris administration. 20 million people, and it could be very much higher than that. Nobody really knows what the number is. Nobody knows. Nobody has a clue. And the gotaways, they call them the gotaways. The gotaways are at numbers. Somebody was quizzing me on it the other day. No, I don't think so, sir. I don't think so. They have no idea what those numbers are, but they're much higher than you would think. Just like far more people were killed in the Ukraine-Russia war than you ever report. Just like the October 7th would have never happened. Russia would have never hit Ukraine had the election result been called differently. It was a very bad call, but Russia would not have attacked Ukraine. October 7th in Israel would have never happened. You wouldn't have inflation. A lot of great things would have happened, but now you have millions and millions of dead people, and you have people dying financially because they can't buy bacon, they can't buy food, they can't buy groceries, they can't do anything. And they're living horribly in our country right now. With all of that being said, I think it's very important to have debates, and we've agreed with Fox on a date of September 4th. We've agreed with NBC, fairly full agreement, subject to them, on September 10th. And we've agreed with ABC on September 25th. So we have those three dates, and those networks, they're very anxiously awaiting that date and those dates. So we have September 4th, September 10th, and September 25th. We have spoken to the heads of the network, and it's all been confirmed, other than some fairly minor details. Audience, some location, which city would we put it into, but all things that will be settled very easily, I think it'll be very easy. The other side has to agree to the terms. They may or may not agree. I don't know if they're going to agree. She hasn't done an interview. She can't do an interview. She's barely competent, and she can't do an interview. But I look forward to the debates because I think we have to set the record straight. Why is it that millions of people were allowed to come into our country from prisons, from jails, from mental institutions, insane asylums, even insane asylums? It's a mental institution on steroids. That's what it is. When you see the people that are coming into these are institutions that are being emptied out, not in South America, all over the world, including South America, all over the world. Prisons are being emptied out into our country because we have a president that's the worst president in the history of our country. We have a vice president who is the least admired, least respected, and the worst vice president in the history of our country, the most unpopular vice president, and because of political reasons or because of being politically correct, even though she never received a vote. Don't forget, she was the first one defeated, as I remember it, because I watched it very closely, but she was the first one. She never made it to Iowa, the first state. She never made it to Iowa. She was the first one that was defeated. She was the nastiest to him. She was nasty with calling him a racist and the school bus and all of the different things. She was very nasty to Biden. And shockingly, he appointed her, asked her to serve as vice president. Well, I don't know if he's happy about that decision right now. This was taken away. The presidency was taken away from Joe Biden. And I'm no Biden fan, but I'll tell you what, from a constitutional standpoint, from any standpoint you look at, they took the presidency away. And people were saying he lost after the debate. He couldn't win. Well, I don't know that that's true necessarily. But whether he could win or he couldn't win, he had the right to run. And they took it away. They said they're going to use the 25th Amendment. They're going to hit you hard. Either we can do it the nice. I know exactly, because I know a lot of people on the other side, believe it or not. And they said, we'll do it the nice way or we'll do it the hard way. And he said, all right. So that, I mean, they've really taken, what they've done is pretty incredible. And now I'm running against somebody else, and we're leading. We're leading. So I'm not complaining. I'm saying it's a...
All right, everybody, you've been listening to former President Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago making some comments and speaking to members of the press community. We'll
Can I just give you some facts real quick?
Yeah,
Because
you can do whatever you want.
Crime is up now, and we know that crime was worse under the Trump administration, but he says they're leading in polls. So I just looked at the polling average from Real Clear Politics. Kamala Harris at 47.6%, Donald Trump at 47.1%. All this data is on the Bloomberg, so you can just type WSL space election go and find it. In terms of the predicted, the betting markets, Kamala Harris is leading there as well, 57 cents. Donald Trump, 46 cents. Robert Kennedy Jr., 2 cents. So in terms of the polling averages, what he was saying is not true.
No, it's a good point, and this is why we lean on facts here
on the
at
other
Bloomberg.
hand, President Biden seemed to have no understanding of the polls either. So I guess if you're a president or a former president, you just don't understand polling.
Okay, all right. Your perspective.
No, I'm just stating these facts.
Okay, so let's get to somebody who's been following the race, following the polls, listening to former President Donald Trump. Kayleigh Lyons is with us. She's one of the co-hosts of Balance of Power. I don't know what the goal or mission of this was, but Kayleigh, as you listen and watch, how are you thinking about this against kind of the bigger, broader presidential run here?
Well, first, Matt is right. Polling is not universally saying that Donald Trump is still in the commanding lead, that he was more so when Biden was still the Democratic nominee. In fact, there was new swing state polling out from Ipsos that finds these two are in a statistical dead heat in the battleground states that will decide this election. Our own polling with Morning Consult has said the same. I will say, at least to this point, this hasn't been a press conference as you and I would traditionally think about it. He has not actually taken any questions from the media. At this point, he has just made a statement, many statements, in fact. He did make some news in saying that he has agreed with 3 different networks to 3 different debates. He said September 4th on Fox, NBC on the 10th, ABC on the 25th. The campaign has come out and clarified that he did confuse 2 of those. It will be ABC that the debate is on September 5th, and then NBC later on in the month, although he did point out that the other side still has to agree to the terms here, so we'll wait to hear from the Harris campaign. Other than that, though, we heard a lot of what we've heard frequently from Donald Trump. Consistent lines of attack when it comes to the border, crime, and the economy. Many of these points that he was making, providing no evidence to support them. He even said that nobody knows the number of people that have come over the border. That means that when he says he thinks it might be 20 million, there is no factual evidence of that, just as there is no factual evidence of his allegation that we could see a depression of the 1929 variety, that he believes we are close to that and very close to a world war. He also made a point that he thinks Kamala Harris has not received 1 vote for president, but she is running. While that is true in the primary process, she did already, in a virtual roll call, receive the requisite number of votes from delegates to the Democratic convention to be secured now as the Democratic nominee.
All right. So is he expected to take questions from reporters? Do we anticipate that, or is it not likely?
Do we know also the point of, I mean, what's the point? Was there an overriding... statement that he made, where we get something of substance?
Why did he call this, I guess, is the question.
What I have heard from a number of people following this race today is that there may be a sense among Trump and his campaign that Kamala Harris is getting too much oxygen in the media right now, as she and her vice presidential selection, Tim Walz, are on this swing across the swing states. They, of course, had that big rally in Philadelphia where she announced Walz as her running mate on Tuesday. They're just getting a lot of press coverage, and it does seem that momentum right now and energy is on their side. So this may be a way of Donald Trump trying to reclaim some of that oxygen. I would also point out the Trump campaign, and specifically his vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, have been highly critical of Vice President Harris to, at this point in her campaign, which now is just about 2.5 weeks old, not having made herself available to the media to answer questions. Again, Donald Trump is not answering questions here either. We'll wait to see if he does once he's finished airing some of these grievances and making some of his statements. But to this point, he's not necessarily taking questions from reporters either. But the point of this may have been to at least put himself in front of the cameras in a way, off the cuff way, that we're not necessarily seeing from the vice president at this time, as she has been largely sticking to the teleprompter at these rallies that she's doing in a number of states.
All right, interesting stuff, and we will certainly continue to monitor. Kelly, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Kelly Lyons, she's co-host of Bloomberg's Balance of Power. Catch her and Joe Matthew. They're coming your way. Come back to Bloomberg broadcast at 6 p.m. Wall Street time. Having said that, we're still here with Michael McKee, international economics and policy correspondent here at Bloomberg News, and Michael McKenzie, rates reporter at Bloomberg News, which I feel like when it comes to the Bloomberg audience, this is what really kind of matters right now in terms of the economic data points, what's going on in the rates market. So, Mike, is it kind of we start focusing now on the CPI print? Is that your next focal point?
Oh, yeah. Tomorrow there's nothing. There's no economic data, no Fed speak. So it's a good day. It's a good day to go out to the beach, except that it's going to rain. So I can't help you there.
So not so good.
But yeah, Wednesday of next week, we get PPI on Tuesday. That'll get some interest because it comes up first, which is kind of rare. And then we get CPI. And then on Thursday, we get retail sales. So CPI and retail sales back to back will be important. And then after that, we've got to wait till the end of the month when we get the PCE numbers. And then everybody's focus is going to turn to the next jobs report and whether or not the one we saw last week was validated.
In terms of the carry trade, Michael, I wonder if we should continue to, be on watch, because JP Morgan this morning came out and said it's 75% unwound, and that seemed to be the unwinding of the carry trade. A lot of what caused the big volatility on Friday, on Monday, and into today. Is that gone now?
Forgive me. Donald Trump taking some questions, and we do want to dip back into it just to see what he has to say. Let's go back to Mar-a-Lago and former President Donald Trump.
This election maybe is better than Josh Shapiro would have been. But I think other than Josh Shapiro, I think she had some good choices. But Josh Shapiro is not one of them. He's caused a lot of damage with a lot of people. And I don't think he would have been better. I think he would have been maybe the equivalent, maybe not as good. But they had some people that they were looking at that were good, far superior to her. They actually had a story where they had everybody, including, they had like 10 people that she was looking at and her. And they said she was the worst of all. In other words, she was the worst out of the 10 people and her. I don't know how that's going to work out. We'd like to do 3 debates. We think we should do 3 debates. We think Fox and ABC. And we also have CBS is going to do the vice presidential debate. So CBS will do vice presidential, and I have to tell you, J.D. Vance has really stepped up. He's doing a fantastic job. Say it.
Are you worried at all about the size of Harris's crowds?
Oh, give me a break. Listen, I had 107,000 people in New Jersey. You didn't report it. I'm so glad you asked. What did she have yesterday? 2,000 people? If I ever had 2,000 people, you'd say my campaign is finished. It's so dishonest, the press. And here's a great example. I had in Michigan recently 25,000 people, and 25,000 people we just couldn't get them in. We had in Harrisburg 25,000 people, and 20,000 people couldn't get in. We had so many. Nobody ever mentions that. When she gets 1,500 people, and I saw it yesterday on ABC, which they said, oh, the crowd was so big. I have 10 times, 20 times, 30 times the crowd size. And no, they never say the crowd was big. That's why I'm always saying turn around the cameras. I'm so glad you asked that. I think it's so terrible when you say, well, she has 1,500 people, 1,000 people, and they talk about, oh, the enthusiasm. Let me tell you, we have the enthusiasm. The Republican Party, and me as a candidate, but the Republican Party has the enthusiasm because people want to see crime stopped. They want to see a country that's respected. Think of it. If I were president, you wouldn't have Russia and Ukraine, where it never happened. Zero.
All right, everybody. Once again, that is former President Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago making some comment. He is taking questions now from reporters who are in the room there with him, but we will continue to monitor.
To be clear, all right, he said he had over 100,000 people at his last rally and that Kamala Harris only had 2,000 people yesterday in Detroit.
I'm looking forward to the great crowd debate.
Right.
Which
Remember
might
his
happen at some
inauguration?
point.
It was the biggest crowd ever for an inauguration.
All right. Let's
By the way, if he had been president,
what?
Putin would never have invaded Ukraine. October 7th would never have happened. He says, I'm just quoting the former president here.
No, I know.
Some wonderful things would have happened.
He has certainly said many things about his accomplishments. So we will continue to monitor that press conference, and then any news that comes out of it, we will certainly bring to you. The only news that I would say that's key to the Bloomberg audience is that they have agreed on 3 debates. At least the Republican side has, and now we're waiting to hear from the Democratic ticket.
He says that he's agreed.
He says he has
on
agreed.
3 debates.
And 4 because
the
they'll
VP
have a
debate.
vice presidential debate.
Right,
So we're kind of back to the schedule that we always used
But
to have.
we have yet to hear from NBC
Correct.
and ABC on this.
Correct. So we'll monitor. All right, let's go back to fundamentals, which we like to focus on here at Bloomberg. And we were talking about the rate environment. You were talking to Michael, and I forget what you asked.
I was asking if there's another sort of positional shoe to drop, right? Because you may have been watching the carry trade, but a lot of people in the market weren't. So that took us a little bit by surprise. Are there any other tail risks, brown swans, that we aren't thinking of?
Well, actually, the carry trade's probably going to come back. I mean, it dropped off in July and it came roaring back. And even today, reading some of the research notes from currency guys, they were saying, well, there's still plenty of carry juice in the carry trade once things settle down. So you want to keep an eye on the carry trade. I guess in the rates market, there's a lot of options and positions going around that probably warrant watching as well. And I think ultimately, though, we're in an environment now where we have central banks are data dependent. So every single piece of data has the potential to spark and set off the tinder. And I think you're going to see a lot of swings because ultimately you've got one bank in Japan that's looking to tighten, still on a tightening path. You've got the rest of the world's central banks on that sort of loosening path. And that's traders like that. They like that combination. So there's going to be plenty of volatility, I think, to come. And then you layer in the geopolitical, the US elections coming up. There's a lot of event risk coming into the year end.
All right. We so appreciate the two of you. And I know when you guys have crowds, they really are big crowds.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
dare I go there?
Last time Michael was speaking, there had to be 150,000.
Hundreds of thousands.
It's the big house in Michigan.
Yeah.
I just want to get to the things that matter, right? All right, guys, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. And thanks for your patience for hanging around as we, of course, we're covering the live events there in Mar-a-Lago. Michael McKee, International Economics and Policy Correspondent here at Bloomberg, and Michael McKenzie, Rates Reporter at Bloomberg News. Let's talk a little bit about Boeing, because that is certainly on our radar. And it's certainly a stock that's on the move.
In so many ways, by the way.
You like that? Oh, you like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So let's get to it. We've got a new CEO. You know that. It's his first day on the job. He sent a memo to Boeing employees and basically said he's going to be pretty transparent. He plans to walk the main factory floor in Seattle. So what does that really mean? Is it exactly what Boeing needs? Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst George Ferguson joining us from BI headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. Our thanks to you, too, for sticking around. It's been a little bit of a busy day. George, the Boeing new CEO, not a stranger to the aerospace world. His statement about walking the factory floor, it feels like it's a jab to his predecessor, Dave Calhoun.
Not the only one.
Yeah. So, I don't know. How do you see it? He's got a big task, it feels like, ahead of him.
Yeah, very large task, right? And so even the problems of Starliner, we all see the Starliner capsule, I guess, sort of stuck in space right now. Just reminds you of how thorough the challenges are at the company. I do think they need someone who's going to focus on manufacturing. I do think walking the floor is important. He's an engineer. He's been in the manufacturing business at Rockwell Collins. So I think he does, he brings a lot of great skills to the job, and I think getting to the root of the cause, like we talked about at the factory floor, is the right approach. There's a lot to do, though. Definitely.
And in Seattle, I mean, this is a company that moved to Chicago, its headquarters,
I never
right?
got that.
Then they moved to Virginia. Did they move to Virginia? And now he's going to move them back to Seattle, undoing what Dave Calhoun did, or what Dennis Muhlenberg did, or James McNerney. Who screwed this up? Stonecipher, Condit, Schrantz?
The list is so long. I know. Does it matter? Let's look forward.
All right, so looking forward, what does he really need to do to a company whose stock is down 50% over 5 years, while the S&P is up 81%, the industrials are up 64%, and even Airbus is up 6%?
Yeah, I mean, we were starting to talk about that already, but yeah, I think he's got to give the employees a bit of a shot in the arm too, right? He's got to. I'm sure morale is a little bit rough at Boeing, and I think he needs to make the employees understand that he really cares about the details, about the manufacturing details. That he thinks they can be successful. I think part of that came out in his memo, right? He said our customers want us to be successful. That's a great place to start from. And so he's got to get in there and reinstill some confidence. But at the same time, I think they have to be humble about, Boeing has to be humble about how they approach these different businesses, right? I think they got to the point where they thought they were the smartest people in the room all the time. I'm going to go back to Starliner, right? This is a company that was, around during the Saturn V, launching of initial rockets, right? And so now we need Elon Musk's SpaceX to potentially come to the rescue.
I was just going to ask. Do you think they even considered just having Musk take over? Starliner is 7 years delayed, $1.6 billion over budget. They put 2 astronauts on the ISS space station June 6th. They were supposed to stay for a week. Now they probably won't come back until February of next year because Starliner doesn't work.
It's a sign of how hard things have fallen at Boeing. But the U.S. government needs 2 suppliers to do this, right? So, look, today's a rough day for Boeing. I believe it won't be rough, forever. They will recover. You'll have rough days for SpaceX, too, although SpaceX has done a really impressive job of coming up, up the curve on space, really sort of accessing it cheaply, accessing it well. But again, if you're the government, you need redundancy. You want the ability, like in this situation, to bring someone else's product up and fix an issue. And I think, to be fair on this in this discussion as well, the Boeing engineers and NASA, my understanding is there's a bit of discussion, differences of opinion about whether or not Starliner is suitable to bring these astronauts back out of orbit. And you can understand if you're NASA, you're a little bit concerned about Boeing quality lately. You don't need a problem, right? So you get sort of the challenges in that discussion negotiation. Sorry.
Hey, real quickly, just got about 30 seconds. I mean, it's a manufacturing fix, it's a reputational fix, it's finances, it's a full plate. Just really quickly, what's the toughest task here, George?
I mean, I think the manufacturing, right? Because I think if you get the manufacturing design in order, everything else will follow for you. And so that's why this gentleman's there, right? That's why Kelly's there. That's the fix to all the other issues. Fundamentals. Didn't you say that? Fundamentals?
Yeah, fundamentals matter, right? That's for sure. Hey, listen, thank you. You keep us up to date on what's going on at Boeing. The stock is up 3% in today's session, but as Matt reminded us, I mean, what is it down, like 60% this year? 35%. Forgive me, 35% here in 2024.
I like to look over the last 5 years. I use the comp function on the Bloomberg COMP, and it compares the stock against the index, its benchmark, and I throw in Airbus there and see that Boeing is massively underperforming all of those.
Yeah, we know the reason why. It's been several years of problems. George Ferguson, thank you so much. Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence out there in BI headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. All right, guys, let's get to World and National News. For that, we toss it over to Amy Morris in D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Carol. Former President Donald Trump taking questions still at that news conference in Mar-a-Lago. He says his campaign has agreed to 3 debates in September and that they're prepared to debate on September 4th on Fox, September 10th on NBC, and September 25th on ABC. He says they're just waiting for confirmation from the Harris campaign. Now, Vice President Harris and her running mate Tim Walz are continuing their battleground state blitz today in Detroit. Now, she has yet to hold a news conference since she launched her campaign nearly 3 weeks ago. Little something happy for you now. California Panda Day. They're celebrating the public debut of their 2 giant pandas at the San Diego Zoo today. The Summer Games in Paris continue. U.S. has the most medals with 95. China has the most gold at 28. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. This is Bloomberg.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the S&P holding very close to session highs, 54.13 where we stand right now, up 2.2%. Dow Industrials advancing 640 points, up 1.6%. The Nasdaq Composite Index up 442 for Nasdaq, a gain of 2.7%. Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares up 2.2%. The 10-year at 3.99%. The 2-year 4.04%. Gold right now up 1.7%. 24.24 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1%. 76.01 on WTI. A major move for Bitcoin right now. Bitcoin up by 8%. Bitcoin at 59,571. Under Armour shares surging 18.2%. Under Armour out with results that topped analyst expectations. It's also raising its guidance as the athletic wear brand shows signs of improvement under the returning founder, Kevin Plank. Again, Under Armour right now up by 18.2%. Recapping stocks higher, S&P up by 2.2%. The 10-year, 3.99%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, you kids. Do I have to turn this car around?
You're done? Okay.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Hey, listen, we want to get to a stock. It's been the #1 decliner in the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 today. We're talking about Warner Brothers Discovery plunging to its lowest ever. Parent of CNN and TNT posted a second quarter charge of $9.1 billion after writing down the value of its traditional TV networks. This came after the closing bell yesterday. The company, as you know, created back in 2022 when Discovery acquired Warner Media. And it's concluded that cable channels like CNN and TNT are no longer worth what they were when that $42 billion merger was completed. So let's get to it with Bloomberg Intelligence senior media analyst Kevin Neer. He's joining us here in our Bloomberg studio. WOA, it's never good.
Not
when
good.
You've got
not from Warner Brothers Discovery, is it?
When you've got a more than $9 billion write-down, what the heck happened, and why are we here?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, it's certainly not just Warner when we're talking about traditional media in general. It's a very transitory period. But you're right. I mean, that $9.1 billion write-down, that's from the TV networks, right? That's essentially saying that, we don't see that this is valued in line with what our market cap is, and we had to take this down in the book value. They're obviously trying to scale up their streaming, but the TV networks are still the bread and butter. That's where they make the majority of their profit. And it was a big miss. Advertising down 10%. There's pressure on affiliate fees, obviously, with cord cutting. And then on the studio side as well, it was weaker than we expected. So the stock is noticeably down today.
I feel like there's something I'm missing here.
Which part?
Like John Malone and these corporate titans are destroying shareholder value for a reason. Like, when Zaslav came in and said they'd already made Batgirl, right?
Right.
And he just said, I'm going to erase this content. And he did it with Coyote versus Acme, and he did it with a lot of content that you would think is, even some Sesame Street episodes were just disappeared.
Right.
And the reason was he gets some tax benefits from just dumping this content that they paid so much to make. Is he just trying to shrink this company? I mean, they borrowed what, $40 billion to buy this from AT&T, and now the market cap is like $18 billion. The stock has lost 70% of its value. Does he get paid more as the stock does worse?
Yeah, I can't speak to his pay, but
well, you know that he got paid $50 million last year.
Right.
And what did he get when he came in?
It was some crazy benefit. It was hundreds of millions.
230 million?
It was quite high.
So the purchase, bad deal.
It's tough to say it's a bad deal at this point. I mean, we have to zoom out a little bit and think again about, the combination here. Obviously, all of media is facing these challenges. It's not just Warner Brothers Discovery, but,
so when
across the
then
why did they do it?
Yeah.
Discovery was doing just fine.
No offense. We've been talking about ESPN having issues for a long time, right? And then it seems to have kind of righted, maybe as it's moved more into streaming. But having said that, 2 years ago, we knew the model was changing.
Right.
Why would you do this then?
Right. I mean, the model has changed, and also Wall Street's attention has changed. Back then, people were focused on subscriber growth, and people were spending to grow subscribers, and it was all fine when that was the case. But after, Netflix posted their first subscriber decline, everyone went, whoa, hold on. Maybe subscribers aren't the metrics that we should be looking at. This isn't the North Star. We need profit. We need profitability, and it's taking longer than we thought for these streaming services to scale up. They're starting to inflect, but it's taking time.
He said yesterday on the call, am I disappointed that the trends in the linear business haven't been a little better? There's been talk about a recovery a year and a half ago. It hasn't really happened. It is what it is. We're managing this as best we can.
Right. And we can talk about this past quarter all we want, but I think, where investors' concern lies is on the lack of visibility, right? I mean, this whole NBA debacle has been really a head scratcher.
Let's get into that for a second.
Yeah.
So for those who don't know, how did they lose this?
It's been quite the saga.
They had NBA games, which is the kind of thing that it doesn't matter where it is. If you like basketball, you're going to tune in.
That's right. You're going to pay for it. You're going to do whatever you have to.
Exactly. And they had an opportunity to negotiate for a renewal exclusively. But if you just look at sports rights, not just the NBA. I mean, you talk about the NFL, those rights doubled, right? So it's a cost problem. Everyone across media is trying to cut costs right now. Warner thought they could get for a smaller package maybe, but the NBA wanted a broadcast partner, NBC. They wanted to stick with ESPN, and then they're bringing in Amazon for the streaming service. So it's just been a back and forth right now.
If they hadn't lost that, would we still be having some kind of conversation about Warner Brothers right now? Would it have been a smaller charge?
Yes, I think so. I mean, again, the quarter is the quarter, but really it's the question of what's going to happen with TNT, with this big hole in their programming schedule. And they can go after some other sports rights, maybe the UFC, those renewals are going to come up soon, but it's a tough position that they're in, and now that it's going to court.
David Zaslav also said on the call with investors yesterday, 2 years ago, market valuations and prevailing conditions for legacy media companies were quite different than they are today. This impairment acknowledges this and better aligns our carrying values with our future outlook. Is he right? Were they that much different 2 years ago?
No, that's...
You follow the industry.
It's a great question.
Also from another number of people that, near the end of the pandemic, we thought this was going to be okay, or these assets were going to be worth more.
Right. I mean, there's just so much content out there now. You got to understand. I mean, engagement is really where management wants investors to look at. Is where people are spending time on our platform, they're going to continue to pay for our.
We're a household that's whittling. We just canceled something yesterday. We're not really using it. We had it for Curb Your Enthusiasm or something. Sorry,
but of course you have Curb Your. By the way, that's HBO, which is like an amazing property. But they changed the name of HBO Max to Max. That's like if you had Disney Plus changing the name to just Plus.
I know.
Right. Why would they do that?
And consumers wonder why they can't buy anything.
But my point is, we're looking at it, this huge menu, and we find ourselves maybe looking at a couple of things. I don't know that I need that monthly every month. You know what I mean?
You're right.
You just get to a point where you start to kind of curate, if you will, or just say, do I need this extra cost?
A lot of people are thinking about it that way. Streaming services, almost all of them have announced or implemented price increases this year. And then those that haven't, Netflix is the big standout. They're cracking down on password sharing, right? So it's becoming more expensive to stream, and the play is really advertising, right? They keep a low entry cost for advertising because they want people to sign up for that tier.
Matt and I were talking in the newsroom. I mean, Kevin, wasn't Discovery kind of a nice little business?
It was.
Very niche.
It was.
But very clear in terms of what it was all about.
Very low-cost programming, a lot of unscripted. You think Food Network and HGTV. And again, when we had such a critical mass of paid TV subscribers, it was great. It was a great, healthy business, healthy free cash flow. And it's just not the case anymore. Cord cutting is not slowing down. And the question is just how do we get our content and monetize it in the best way possible?
This has been kind of a cursed asset, to be fair, right? AOL Time Warner was the biggest deal of all time when we were kids, and then they had to write off AOL completely. AT&T came and bought it for half price, and then they sold it to at half price to Zaslav. And I mean, who's going to buy this thing for half price now?
I mean, you make a great point, but I would also point back to, it has some great assets. You mentioned HBO.
It's called Max now.
It's called Max now.
Ouch.
They have a really world-class studio. I mean, this is a company that makes Superman movies, Batman movies. Again, they own a
made Barbie,
video game studio. They made Barbie. They wouldn't have Barbenheimer without Barbie.
I still love Barbie.
The reason we had Oppenheimer, by the way, at a different studio was because the director could no longer deal with this studio.
Chris Nolan was shopping around Oppenheimer.
You're sitting down with Zaslav. We've only got about 20 seconds. What do you ask him? What do you want to know?
What's going to happen after this NBA? Whatever you're doing in court trying to sue the NBA, what's going to happen after that?
He says it's with the lawyers now.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always with the lawyers.
Yeah.
All right, Kevin Neer, thank you so much. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Media Associate Analyst, joining us right here. This on a day when we are just watching the shares of Warner Brothers Discovery just sink. This is Bloomberg.
Company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Sources tell Bloomberg Apple is planning a new version of the Mac Mini that will be its smallest desktop computer yet, all part of a broader overhaul of the Mac line with AI-focused chips. Sources say the new model, due later this year, will mark the first major design change to the Mini since it was revamped under Steve Jobs in 2010. Apple right now up by 1.4%. Barclays is removing an EU-era limit on some of its top bankers and traders' bonuses, joining rivals Goldman Sachs and J.P. Morgan Chase in ditching the cap. The change will allow the company's so-called material risk takers to now earn a bonus that is as much as 10 times their base salary. This, according to an internal memo seen by Bloomberg News, that is up from a current limit that restricts certain employees' bonuses to 2 times their fixed pay. Shares of Barclays, they're up by 1.4%. Eli Lilly moving ahead in the race to dominate the red-hot obesity market as rival Novo Nordisk struggles to keep up with demand. Sales of its blockbuster Zepbound were $1.2 billion in the second quarter, smashing Wall Street's estimates of $819 million. Lilly surging now by 10%, Novo Nordisk up by 6.6%. Bumble's shares are down 30.1%. They're on track for their biggest decline on record after the dating company slashed its annual revenue outlook, signaling that an overhaul of the brand's flagship app has failed to reignite growth. Right now, we got Bumble down 30.1%. Rival Match Group, parent of Tinder, Hinge, OkCupid, and Our Time, down now by 0.4%. Those are our top company stories at this hour, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, this is Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Matt Miller in for Tim Stenivek. We're going to get more Business Week in just a moment, but first up, let's get to World and National News with Amy Morris in D.C. Hey, Amy.
Hey, Carol. Donald Trump says he'd rather be running against Vice President Kamala Harris than President Biden. At a press event from his Mar-a-Lago home in Florida, Trump criticized Harris's record on crime and other issues.
Prisons are being emptied out into our country because we have a president that's the worst president in the history of our country. We have a vice president who is the least admired, least respected, and the worst vice president in the history of our country.
Trump also chided the media for not being tough enough on Harris. He says his campaign has proposed 3 dates in September for debates. ABC now posting on social media that both Harris and Trump have confirmed that they will participate in a debate on September 10th. And just so you know, the press conference is still going on with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago. Tropical storm Debbie is creeping inland after making a second landfall on coastal South Carolina overnight. The storm has been bringing heavy rain across the southern U.S. all week. It's now threatening floods as far north as upstate New York. We're also learning more about that alleged plan to attack a Taylor Swift concert in Austria. Austrian police detained a 19-year-old suspect who they say planned to attack concert goers at Swift's show in Vienna with homemade explosives and knives. Police say he planned the attacks alone, but was also in contact with 2 minors, including one person who was scheduled to work at that concert venue. The Summer Games in Paris continue. The U.S. has another medal now. Now they have 97. That's the most. China has 71. France has 53. China still has the most gold medals, though, at 28. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. Now back to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Matt Miller.
All right, Amy, thank you so much. Carol Massar along with Matt Miller here in our studio.
What are we talking about?
We're going to talk about Wall Street bonuses. It's a story that's among the most read on the Bloomberg. Last couple of years, maybe not so great for Wall Street bonuses, but it looks like they're about to jump in virtually every sector of the industry.
Yeah, I saw that. Bankers who help companies sell debt may see payouts swell as much as 35%. So basically bond dealers, as deals pick up and capital markets rebound from multi-year lows. This is according to a report Thursday from compensation consultant Johnson Associates. Equity underwriters, so basically stock sellers, are close behind them with gains of as much as 30%. So you're starting to see in some pockets of Wall Street bonuses climb. I also noticed that hedge funds are really fighting to get people. Blasny is reportedly paying.
Love this story.
Yeah, a couple of guys $50 million apiece. Peter Goodwin, coming from .72 Asset Management, and Citadel's portfolio manager, Alberto Mann. This, according to people familiar, they declined to be identified because the details are still private, but $50 million apiece. And then a couple of other guys, David Corwin and Jake Corey, as well as David Avery, are reportedly also getting millions of dollars to come over to Blasny. So the interesting thing here is that there's apparently a shrinking pool of really talented traders because the big banks used to have these prop desks where they would train a ton of these people to do it. And now those prop desks are gone. And so you got to pay up for this talent.
Yeah, so big demand here, right, to be able to do that. So that's just, man, could you imagine? Hey, come on over here. Walk in the door.
$50 million. I will pay you as much as we paid David Zaslav last year. That's mind-blowing.
Oh, my God. Where's the whiteboard? It all goes back to there. Yeah, that is a pretty fascinating story. So you got Millennium, Citadel, tapping to do this, as you said, a limited pool of talent. All right, folks, that's going to do it for this hour of Bloomberg Business Week.
Market's still up.
The market is still up.
2.25% on the S&P 500. Yesterday we had a turnaround because of a bad bond sale. Today we had a bad bond sale, but we're off to the races.
Maybe it's a different duration. Who knows? Anyway, stick around, everybody. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we are just 1 hour away from the closing bell here on Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser along with Tim Stenivek. Oh my gosh. Matt Miller. Well, you were showing me stuff on your phone. I got a little thrown off here.
Pictures of my babies.
Pictures of your babies.
Spain. I miss them.
Speaking of babies, Tim is with his babies right now. Tim will be back next week, but Matt Miller here doing double duty. This is market. I mean, could you tell at the open? What was the open like?
You know what? Today's open felt a lot like yesterday's open. The only difference is today we got a positive piece of labor market data, and I think that is the difference.
Yeah, because we're definitely off our session. I don't know. The volatility continues, the 24-hour swings that we can see in terms of sentiment. So we'll wait until we kind of get through the rest of the data points, Jackson Hole, and then what the Fed does in September, I think is going to be really key, obviously. Having said that, we'll talk markets. We're also going to talk about what it's like when Ozempic takes over an entire town. Did you do this earlier?
I read the story, but I didn't do Ozempic. Is that what you're asking? Have I slimmed down?
He has slimmed down. We're also going to talk with the author of The Tyranny of Now on how technology has really modified our ability to make a decision, probably a good decision.
I'm excited about that, actually.
You are. Especially, I feel like right now we need the world and leaders and everybody to make smart decisions. We're also going to take a journey into the heart of American democracy along the Lincoln Highway. Did you know what the Lincoln Highway is?
You know what? I learned, because of this book, I learned that the Lincoln Highway starts in Times Square.
Who knew?
I had no idea.
I had no idea.
Isn't that 6th Avenue?
Yeah.
Avenue of the Americas?
It all kind of comes,
Does that turn into Lincoln Highway?
We'll find out.
We're going to find out.
All right, but there's also some dirt roads along the Lincoln Highway. All right, lots to come, folks. Let's talk about the trade, because we're less than an hour from that closing bell. Here's Charlie Powell.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's talk about that. We've got the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ solidly in the green. The big question as we move into this final hour of trading, will it stick? You got to keep it locked into Bloomberg for the latest right now. We'll take you right through the close and beyond. Also checking on Asian markets tonight. Dow Industrials right now up 665 points. That is an advance of 1.7%. S&P up 115, up 2.2%. NASDAQ higher by 2.7%. The NASDAQ 100 index up 2.8%. And the Russell 2000 up now by 2.3%. 10-year at 3.99%. The 2-year 4.04%. Gold now up $40 the ounce to $24.22, a gain there of 1.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1%, $76.01 a barrel. And cannot ignore this move in Bitcoin today. Bitcoin is surging by 7.7% to 59,400. So again, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all advancing as stocks stage a solid rebound. Bonds fell after the latest first-time jobless claims reading helped ease fears about a more pronounced slowdown in the U.S. economy. As for the market backdrop, Sitara Sundar is global equity strategist at J.P. Morgan Chase.
I think over the next couple of months, you will see volatility, whether it's positioning, whether it's macro, whether it's earnings. But at the end of the day, we are investing for the long term. We're guiding our clients to invest for the long term. So what that means is stock prices trade on fundamentals and earnings growth over the long run.
Sitara Sundar of J.P. Morgan Chase. Under Armour shares are surging by 18.6%. This morning, Under Armour reported results that exceeded analyst expectations, and it raised its guidance as the athletic wear brand shows signs of improvement under returning founder Kevin Plank. Again, we've got Under Armour up now by 18.7%. Recapping, big rally underway, 57 minutes to go with the S&P up 111 now, up 2.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So we're going to stay with those GLP-1 drugs, talk a little bit more, because we had Eli Lilly narrowing the gap with its rival Novo Nordisk in the race to dominate the red-hot obesity market as it expands its supplies of weight loss drugs. Lilly lifted its 2024 revenue outlook for the second time this year on the strength of its weight loss drug. Shares of the company soaring in today's session. And it was just yesterday, Matt, you might recall that Novo, was that one of your decliners?
Novo, no, I don't think it was 2 days ago. One of my big
a couple of days.
Two
Okay.
days ago, yeah.
Reported disappointing second quarter sales of Wegovy, saying price concessions for companies that manage prescription drug benefits in the U.S. cut into its performance. So we did see investors push down shares. So let's get to it. There's a lot going on in the space. Our GLP-1 guru, can I call you that, is Bloomberg News health reporter Madison Muller. She's here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. You are the guru. You're going to take it to your grave.
I feel like you're a guru now too. We talk about it so much.
Well, I think
Semaglutides. By the way, Ozempic and Wegovy, same thing, right?
Thing.
And
Wegovy is a higher dose. But
okay,
same
but
drug.
Mounjaro and
Zepbound. Same thing.
Same thing. Okay. Good.
Yeah, no, it's right. Very nice.
Well, I'm just wondering, when we get these stats, like Zepbound sold $1.2 billion worth in the second quarter. That does not count Mounjaro.
Right. They're separated out, and it's interesting because Mounjaro has been on the market longer.
Right.
But Zepbound has just ramped up.
And it's
so
also
quickly.
interesting because that's the one that people talk about as the fat drug. And the same is true with Novo. It's the non-fat drug
Matt,
that
you
people
can't call
talk
it fat
about.
drug.
Well, whatever you want to call it. I also think it's interesting that Eli Lilly calls their weight loss drug Mounjaro, which is like...
Can I have
so what an Italian says for go eat your dinner, right?
Well, there's actually a story behind the name.
What is it?
Mount Kilimanjaro, like smushed together. And so if you look at the label, you can see there's like two little mountains.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Who knew? Hey, those
Fun
drug
fact.
companies, man. All right, fun fact. So let's talk the nuts and bolts of your world. Earnings, Lilly today, upbeat. Novo, not so much. Investors reacted accordingly. How are you thinking about the space and kind of the reporting that we're seeing?
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking about supply and the supply shortages for a long time, and that sort of continues to be the story. It's what we're seeing again the last 2 days with Novo and Lilly. I mean, Novo struggled and missed sales estimates yesterday. Lilly sort of smashed them out of the park today.
So the business is good. It's just a matter of if you can keep up.
Yes, exactly. And Lilly, both companies have invested billions into ramping up manufacturing. It just seems like Lilly's issues are starting to ease a little bit faster than Novo's maybe are.
Because they have way more money. So the idea is you can make as much as you can sell, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And Eli Lilly is an $800 billion company, right? So they have more resources to boost production. Novo is, I don't know, like a $10 billion company, right? I don't even know. It's less than 10.
I mean, it's the biggest company in Europe now.
It's worth 3.8 billion Danish kroner.
It's a $568 billion market cap company, the ADRs that trade here.
Oh, is that 3.8 trillion? In any case, it's worth less than Lilly, and it's done worse than Lilly. Over the past 5 years, Eli Lilly's shares are up 643%.
Yeah, I mean, Novo's a smaller
Novo's up
company.
416%.
Lilly's more diversified. They've been at this both companies have been at this for a long time, but up until the last few years, Novo's bread and butter was just diabetes. So Lilly has a slew of other drugs, cancer drugs, autoimmune drugs. They know how to ramp up production, and they know how to do this and plan for future demand. And this is all relatively new for Novo. I mean, this market is crazy.
We want to get into a story that's on the Bloomberg that's a killer, but before we do that, we're about 1.5 years into talking about this class of drugs. You've been reporting so much. I feel like every couple of weeks or something, there's like, hey, look what else these drugs can do. Your view, your thinking, your reporting, how does it continue to evolve? And how you think about the future.
I mean, it was interesting actually today on Eli Lilly's earnings call, they kind of slipped this into the call. It wasn't huge news, but they're no longer calling their obesity and diabetes business unit just obesity and diabetes. Now it's cardiometabolic health, which sort of signals this bigger thing that we've been talking about, that these drugs, aren't just weight loss drugs. They have potential indications and are potentially able to help with a lot of other conditions that are sort of interrelated with heart disease and kidney disease and liver disease. And so I think that is going to be a huge theme going forward. And the fact that Lilly kind of mentioned that on the earnings call today, I was like, so they're thinking about it this way too.
It's all about brand.
I mean, I've wanted to take this forever, as you both know. Not just because I'm fat, because I only need to lose 20 pounds, but I want to have a healthy heart so I don't die soon. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to get Alzheimer's disease. This may stop that as well or slow it down. On the other hand, there is so much optimism for mRNA as well.
Yeah.
And that didn't cure cancer yet. So maybe it's going to take a while.
Yeah. I mean, it's different, right? mRNA was amazing for COVID. It just, I think,
Was it that great for COVID? Because I took it and then kept getting COVID.
Here. Yes.
All right, to be fair, because I don't want to waste time, because I want to get
To the story, to the Bowling Green story.
Let's talk about it. It's among the most read. Take us to Ozempic Town.
Yes. So you've known about this story for a long time because I spent quite a bit of time in Bowling Green.
Kentucky.
In Kentucky, yes. Not Bowling Green, Ohio, because there is a Bowling Green, Ohio as well. But has 4% of Bowling Green and the surrounding area, people are on weight loss drugs, and it's just changing the fabric of the area economically, culturally, but in sort of surprising ways. Like, I thought that I would go there and the restaurants would be empty and the gyms would be closing down, but it's sort of the opposite. I mean, restaurants are still full, the gyms are doing great, but what's happened is this like side economy has sort of formed alongside the drugs. So there's medical spas that are cropping up everywhere to sell these compounded drugs. The GNC is doing, great business selling supplements that help with side effects. And so it's like, it's actually helping business, but in sort of surprising ways.
I have a couple listener questions.
Okay.
Do we have time?
As long as they're pertinent to this story.
Yes. So listener writes in,
related to this story.
what happens if you take the pill and you're in shape? Which is, I think, a good question, because a lot of people, especially, like on the Upper East Side, they're already skinny, but they want to take it anyway.
Right. Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like doctors shouldn't be prescribing these drugs because it's a prescription drug.
But is it a problem? Do you stop eating and then you become like anorexic, or?
I mean, it could be dangerous. Like, if you don't need to lose that much weight and you're on a weight loss drug that's really effective, probably not.
Leads well into the second
healthiest
question. When do these become over the counter and affordable?
Well, that's a good question. Yeah. I mean, they're probably never. I mean, I don't want to say never, but they are prescription drugs, so they're not over the counter. But generic drugs eventually will come down the pipeline. We're already seeing like some of the older GLP-1 drugs, the first sort of wave of these, like Saxenda, which is a drug called liraglutide. That's already on the way to becoming generic. So
it's a better name too.
Saxenda.
Saxenda. Or Sextarta would be better.
Okay, all right. I'm going to put you on the side for a moment. So go back to your story, because it's really cool. You guys, it was several reporters involved in it, and you really get into the specifics of the people there. How did you find it, though?
Yeah, so, I mean, we worked with the data team, and we worked with this analytics firm called Purple Lab, and they gave us 3 zip code level data, which, kind of gives you like a city and then the surrounding area. So we looked all across the U.S., we wanted to see what the Ozempic hotspots were. And, Bowling Green wasn't the only one that came up in the data. There was Huntsville, Alabama. There was like a few other areas. But Kentucky as a state has the highest concentration of weight loss drug users. So we were like, this is probably a good place to start. Clearly stands out in the data. And then once we started talking to people in Bowling Green, it was like, okay, this is our spot, because everyone here is either on the drugs or knows like 5 other people that are on them.
I mean, can we make the assumption that's just an area where there's a fair amount of people that are overweight?
Yes, yeah, definitely. I mean,
you can make that. As someone who's been there, you can definitely make that assumption.
No, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, the obesity rates are high there, the diabetes rates are high there, and in Kentucky across the board. So it's actually a good thing that there's a lot of people taking these drugs in that area, because, it means hopefully it's helping with
not
these
just
health
Kentucky.
conditions.
I mean, you get off the airplane at CMH in Columbus, Ohio, and you notice that immediately as well. But there was a great line in your story by one of the women who knew it, right? She says, we're redneck enough. What'd she say?
She said, we're redneck enough to be fat, but smart enough to do something about it.
She was owning it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think it's been an incredible game changer for a lot of people in their lives who struggle, and there are people who struggle with being overweight and who've tried a bunch of different things, and I've seen it firsthand with individuals, and then they take this drug and it's just unbelievable, the difference.
Right, and that's the big thing with these drugs, is there's also been this changing understanding of obesity as, a biological health condition that's driven by someone's biology. That's not necessarily just because these tropes that have long been repeated, that someone's lazy or that they're eating too much. Like, there are biological mechanisms driving this, and these drugs help with that. So it's for people who need them, it's an absolute game changer.
What surprised you about going there and talking to these people?
I mean, that's a really good question. I didn't have a lot of I don't know, understanding going in, because that was my first time in Kentucky, so I was like, I don't know what this is going to be like. And everyone was so willing to talk to us and share their stories, and like they were so grateful for these drugs. But I think that maybe this is the thing that surprised us, is like everyone had this great success at the beginning, and then something happened. Either their insurance cut them off, or they couldn't find the drugs anymore because of supply shortages. And I guess that shouldn't have surprised me, because those are all themes that we've been reporting on for a long time. But
so you're saying if they stop taking the drugs, they're no longer successful?
Well, no, not necessarily, but like they have found other ways to continue taking them. But I think I was surprised
so if they keep
that
taking the drugs, then they're still successful.
Yeah.
But if you stop taking the drugs,
then oftentimes you gain the weight back.
Exactly.
I mean, that's not something that we saw with the people that we spoke to, because they all were able to, like, one guy switched to another drug, someone else started taking a compounded drug. So, but I think it was surprising to me that, like, everyone across the board that we talked to encountered one of these issues with accessibility or with, you know, supply shortages or price or something. Like, it really is just affecting people.
I mean,
a lot.
It strikes me as obvious that if it's $1,000 a month and in extremely short supply, it's going to be difficult to keep paying for it every month and keep finding it.
Yeah.
And if you stop taking the drugs, for the most part, you put the weight back on.
Yeah.
Unless you start taking the drugs again.
Right.
Yeah.
Are most of these people, though, is insurance paying, or how much was out of pocket?
It was, most of the people, insurance was paying at the beginning, and then like 6 months in, or once they had lost a certain amount of weight, insurance stopped paying for them. Some people went to these compounded off-brand drugs that we've talked about before. Other people were able to, like, one guy switched from Ozempic to Mounjaro because his insurance would cover Mounjaro but not Ozempic.
Right.
So, like, everyone was able to continue taking the drugs for the most part. But I mean, Pat Stiff, who's one of the characters in this story, like, he switched from Ozempic to Mounjaro and then couldn't find his Mounjaro anywhere because the supply shortages were so bad. So he was, you know, as we're like finishing up this story, calling me and saying that, well, I'm just gonna have to go off the drug and see what happens, and it'll be like an experiment. Hopefully I don't gain the weight back. But yeah, it's a struggle, I think, for a lot of people.
It's a slice of life. I just want to go to the posh salon.
Yeah.
No, but it's just interesting. Yeah. And I do wonder, you know, at some point, does the medical community say that you, because we've talked about this, do you have to be on this for the rest of your life?
Right.
Unless
to
you
reap
develop
all the medical
willpower,
benefits.
in which case you don't, right? That's my problem. I just have no willpower, which is why I want the drug.
Yeah, I don't know. Like,
but it's not always about willpower.
Yeah.
Like, it's for a lot of people, a biological thing that drives them to eat. That you know, it's not as easy as
Drives them to eat like high calorie, low nutrition food.
Sometimes.
Yeah, I know.
mean,
I
if
have
you
the
talk
same
to
problem.
obesity
If I drive by a
doctors,
Wendy's, I need a Frosty. You know?
No, you're not going to win.
No.
Anyway, it's you know, these are one of those stories, a slice of life, but just something that we talk about so much, but to see it kind of so dense in terms of the amount of usage and so on. Great stuff as always.
Thank you.
Really appreciate
Amazing
it.
story. We forgot to
And you
mention what they do in Bowling Green. The most important thing.
Corvettes?
They make the Corvette.
Yeah. Pat Stiff works at the Corvette, plant.
It's amazing.
You left that for the end?
I love the car.
Madison Muller, you survived with Matt. All right, you are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week, and this is Bloomberg Radio. You can check out her story on the Bloomberg, catch the Big Take, and at Bloomberg.com/Big Take.
3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got stocks holding on to gains. 39 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, a rip-roaring rally underway right now. 2.2% jump for the S&P, up 116. Big question right now, will we close above 5,300? 53.15 where we stand. The Dow up 663, very close to session highs, up 1.7%. NASDAQ up 444 points, up 2.7%. 10-year at 4.00% with the 2-year at 4.04%. Gold up $40 the ounce, up 1.7%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%. And Bitcoin now surging by 8.5%. Bitcoin 59,837. So stocks are staging a solid rebound. Bonds are falling after the latest labor market reading helped ease fears about a more pronounced slowdown in the U.S. economy. Liz Young-Thomas is head of investment strategy at SoFi Social Finance.
I think what happened starting last week, end of last week and into early this week, it was mostly macro-driven, and things continue to be macro-driven as we hang on every data point and try to figure out what the Fed is going to do.
Liz Young-Thomas of SoFi. Eli Lilly, a company we were just talking about here on Bloomberg Business Week, up 9.7% right now. Lilly moved ahead in the race to dominate the red-hot obesity market as rival Novo Nordisk struggles to keep up with demand. We've got Novo Nordisk up by 7.1%. So again, recapping, a big rally underway. S&P up 120, up now by 2.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So a story that caught my attention, our attention, some proposed rules, how they this is proposed rules for disclosing when AI-generated content appears in radio and TV political ads, have spurred some debate over whether the Federal Communications Commission is the best government agency to regulate on the topic. I mean, people have been talking about, like, who oversees it? What's the matter?
What are you talking
lost?
about? I'm lost.
Well, we're talking about rules when it comes to AI-generated content and who needs to oversee it to make sure that things are accurate, whether it's in politics or in general. Are you lost?
Yeah, because I don't think you can make such rules. If I create AI on the computer in my basement, who's going to oversee me?
I don't know, but maybe somebody should if it's inaccurate or false, misleading, that leads to bad things.
Assuming it will be inaccurate, false, and possibly misleading.
Let's see what our next guest
Probably
has to say. Greg Petro is with us, CEO of the retail technology company First Insight. He's going to save us. Joining us from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He's the author of The Tyranny of Now, How Technology Impairs Good Judgment and What You Can Do About It. His book out last month, as I mentioned, joining us from Pittsburgh. Good to have you here with us. As you can tell, we're having a little bit of a debate, a little conversation here, maybe right now. First of all, remind the world what your company, exactly what you do, especially when it comes to helping retail customers find their customers or communicate with and interact with those customers.
Yeah, great to be with you, Carol and Matt. So First Insight is a company that we've been around for 17 years now. We're a global company, software company, helping retailers, brands, and manufacturers understand consumer needs and demands. We created a space in predictive analytics using AI and voice of the customer to understand specifically what consumers want in the products and services that those companies offer. So it really is about closing the gap between where the consumer sits today, especially in a very dynamic world, and where those decision makers sit every day. And in many cases, they're making those decisions 6 to 9 months, 12 months in advance. And it's our goal to help them close that gap and make better decisions.
So which are the new technologies that, I mean, if you tell me new technology is making decision-making harder, I would agree with you wholeheartedly. And I am instantly think of social media. Which technologies are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about, when I speak about the tyranny of now in the book that I've written, it really refers to the entire platform of technology, the advent of the internet, social media, smart devices, and the inundation of data to each and every one of us, whether we're a consumer or a decision maker. And each one has a challenge related to it, a benefit and a challenge, Matt. And at the same time, we're driven off this immediacy of right now. Let's make a decision answer me right now. You know, we confuse oftentimes response rate, meaning to a text, to politeness, right? Is that responsiveness actually going to improve anything in that decision making or that discussion? I write quite a bit about that in the book, and I think that when you look at it, you have to actually break it apart.
It makes perfect sense, though. I mean, the fact that we're all reachable and everybody's texting me, you know, in the past, I would talk to my mom on the phone once every couple of days. Now she's texting me 2 or 3 times a day and always asking me to make a decision that I feel like I have to answer immediately, right? And you're saying that pushes me to maybe make the wrong decision sometimes.
Yeah, I write about it, calling it snap decision making. The need for us organizationally and companies, and at the same time individuals, responsivity, the need for us to give an answer immediately without pausing before hitting the send button. I read a great story about the example of the Southwest CEO and what that caused when he hit the send button prematurely. And many other examples, you know, during COVID, the decision making that many individuals made about the housing moves and the housing purchases that they made in those snap decisions, from moving from inner city out to suburbia or even further away states, not considering the fact that housing prices have risen so quickly, and how are they going to, you know, regain their money if they wanted to resell their house. So I think that's one aspect of the problems of the tyranny of now that I write about, that has caused a decrease of thoughtful decision making.
Is the tyranny of right now.
I get it.
The rush to make a decision. Yeah.
You know, somebody tweeted out, X'd out, whatever the heck you want to call it, something about patience this morning online, and I was like, amen. You know, there is no patience. There is, like, if you don't take care of something right away, this ability to breathe. I think about how we approach companies sometimes, right? You know, sometimes they have to invest. Sometimes they're going to have a bad quarter because they're thinking about the future and the future investments. So how do we, though, get away from this?
Well, I think you first need to think about all the aspects that are creating problematic stages to that decision making. The concept, you talked about it earlier, in social media feeds. I mean, most recently, the Surgeon General wrote about and created a warning on social media. I thought it unheard of. Basically, our Surgeon General warning the public that that could be a challenge for our society. And part of that is created not only bias in confirmation bias, the feeds that we're getting are, you know, reaffirming things that we believe, but not necessarily giving us a full viewpoint. Tribalism, I talk about that in the book, where it's about microsegmentation, which is great. You can find friends in small communities and forums like, you know, vintage car racing that I enjoy, or whatever that nuance is that you appreciate, but also it feeds that segment of information. When you think about it on a geopolitical sense, that represents a lot of risk.
You
and
know,
that leads
it's funny in media, because I think about, Matt, if you think about, go back years ago when we were doing shows together, I feel like we used to do a lot more debates, whether it was on the markets, it was a bear bull debate, or we would talk about a company and you'd want somebody from different sides, a political issue, some kind of issue, you'd want a conservative and a liberal voice. And the idea was to present the different sides. And I don't feel like, I don't know.
No, we don't do that anymore.
A lot of that doesn't
it's
go
all
on
echo
anymore.
chamber. I mean, if you look at, well, I'll give you an interesting example. The other day I was looking through my Twitter feed, or my X feed, and thinking to myself, I've got to unfollow all of these people with whom I constantly agree. What's the point? I only want to follow
different points of view,
and look into, like, the nutcases that I think are crazy. Is that the right approach, Greg?
Well, I think, you know, I'm not sure I would say that, but I think that diversity of points of view are clearly necessary. When you think about it, when you're looking at that echo chamber you referred to, or what I refer to as tunnel vision, right? It is, that confirmation bias feels good. It's a lot of dopamine hits. You know, I mean, it's been documented pretty clearly that we like that as humans. But the reality is, it doesn't give us the blind spot coverage that we need to look at all of the information when you're making decisions about events. And so maybe it's following not just the people that you like, but maybe the people that you disagree with, and understanding their point of view.
Hey, real quickly, only about 30, 40 seconds. So do you think, speaking about big decisions of the last few weeks, President Biden made a really big decision?
He took time.
Do you think he took time?
Well, that's one of the keys, right? You've got to slow down. No matter what you're going to do, you've got to be able to slow down, set yourself aside, pause for a minute, and reflect on it. Number two, you've got to get diversity of opinion. Hopefully he did. And the third is to focus. And in order to focus on anything, IQs have been dropping 40 straight years. It is necessary for us to get away and focus on the tasks at hand in that environment in order to make good decision making. And we write about that in the book. So hopefully there's some key takeaways there that everybody can use.
Super interesting conversation.
Very
look forward to you coming back again.
And reading the book.
Yeah, Greg Petro.
The Tyranny of Now.
Yeah, exactly. Chief Executive Officer at First Insight, as you said, The Tyranny of Now is his new book that is out. Really appreciate it. Things to think about. Hey, listen, a lot going on when it comes to world and national news. Let's go back to D.C. and Amy Morris. Amy.
All right, thank you, Carol. Donald Trump says he has agreed to 3 debates in September against Vice President Kamala Harris at a press event from his Mar-a-Lago home in Florida. Trump said those debates would be in September on Fox News, ABC, and NBC.
But I look forward to the debates because I think we have to set the record straight. Why is it that millions of people were allowed to come into our country from prisons, from jails, from mental institutions, insane asylums?
ABC has posted on social media that both Harris and Trump have confirmed they will participate in one debate at least on September 10th. Meanwhile, Vice President Kamala Harris and running mate Tim Walz continue their battleground state blitz today. They're at a campaign stop in Detroit right now. Harris has yet to hold a news conference since she launched her campaign nearly 3 weeks ago. Tobin Marcus is head of policy and politics at Wolf Research.
Right now, I think they are trying not to mess with the good thing. It's been a very, very, very good 2.5-week run for Harris since she took over the top of the ticket. And I think that they are reveling in the momentum that they're seeing out there and sort of not feeling the need to take, any unprompted questions if they're getting their message across.
Tobin Marcus of Wolf Research. Tropical storm Debbie is creeping inland after making a second landfall on coastal South Carolina overnight. Flood warnings and watches now extend from South Carolina to New York's Canadian border. Both suspect in a foiled plot to attack Taylor Swift in Vienna appears to be inspired by Islamic State and Al-Qaeda. Investigators found bomb-making materials at one of their homes. It appears the suspect started planning the attack last month. The Summer Games in Paris continue. The U.S. now has 101 medals. China has 72. France has 53. China has the most gold at 28. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the S&P 500 index on track for its best day since February. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. U.S. stocks with an aggressive bid today, with the Dow currently up 613 points. The S&Ps are higher by 106 points, while the NASDAQ is up 2.5%. The U.S. 10-year yield sitting at 4%. Gold is up 41. Oil trading in the green. And Bitcoin, that's surging by 8.4%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, all were trading in the green, led by gains in tech and telecom. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Intel, Salesforce, and Boeing. After earnings, McKesson and Monster both fell 11%. And in deal news, Reuters reported that Trend Micro is exploring a sale. In other news, the U.S. 30-year mortgage rates fell to 6.47%. That's lowest since May of 2023. And wrapping things up, some of the names pointing up to the bill tonight include Akamai, Expedia, Gilead, and Take-Two. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
Okay, we thank you very much, Bill Maloney. Lots of earnings. We got you covered. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, just about 18 minutes left in today's trading session. You heard Charlie breaking down the trade here. We're just kind of off our best levels of the session, but, man, we've got a pretty decent rally here, Matt.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the jobless claims number that we got this morning, and I just struggle with this because it was 230,000, and we were looking for 240. So beating by 7,000 layoffs, is that really what it's all about? But it's not just the beat, it's also the fact that it was better than the 249,000 in the prior period.
The revision was just a hair up.
Pretty much unchanged, but that was enough to send us off to the races. So yesterday we were up and then down into the close. Today we're up and not down into the close, at least not yet. And we only have 18 minutes to go.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens. Let's see what our guest has to say. Jason Bronchetti is with us, Chief Investment Officer over at Lincoln Financial. They had $311 billion in end-of-period account balances, net of reinsurance, as of the end of June. Joining us here on this Thursday.
Out of Radnor, Pennsylvania.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
I need a little bit of an assist today. Jason, good to have you here with us. It's been quite a week, and here we are. How are you thinking about the last 4 days? Maybe then even going to the tail end of last week.
Yeah, it's first of all, thanks for having me. It's great to be here with both of you. We had been anticipating that there was a likelihood or possibility that we could see some bumps in the market, and clearly we saw that late last week with the employment news. As we're looking through that, one data point does not make an economic story necessarily, but it was an important data point, and we've been running along here with particularly low volatility for quite some time. I'd say that was really the aberration. So seeing a little bit of volatility was something that we're just trying to let clients know that this happens. This is not an atypical amount of volatility, and we've now seen a bit of economic data to prove that out, to the points you were making earlier about some of the employment data. I think as we see a few additional data points here, start to see things turn around a bit. So view this more as a consolidation as opposed to something more extreme.
Were you bullish before this, last week-long period? Because as far as I can tell, everything has played out kind of exactly as we expected. We knew it was going to be a good earnings season, and it has been a good earnings season. We knew the labor market was going to soften. Obviously, the Fed's raised interest rates by 550 basis points, and the labor market has softened a little bit. The only sort of unexpected twist was the Bank of Japan raising rates and spooking traders that had borrowed in yen and bought higher yielding assets. But that seems to have unwound, and the Bank of Japan got dovish. So if you were bullish before last week, you should be bullish now.
Yeah, we as we came into last week, we've been a little bit more balanced in our view, I would say. I think we are starting to see some of the long and variable lags of the restrictive monetary policy come into play, and valuations are obviously elevated. I think that the economy, though, remains pretty well in balance. So I do think if you were bullish before, you shouldn't have changed your view much coming out of that. I do think that, seeing the employment data points soften, seeing some of the other statistics start to soften a little bit, it does give reason for pause. So again, just more of a generally balanced view on things. To your point about the yen, I mean, obviously we've seen that was one of the things that came in and just spooked the market pretty significantly. But to your point, we're seeing that abate, and J.P. Morgan had a report out this morning doing the math there, seeing that much of that carry trade has now been unwound. So I do think that we set ourselves back up in a pretty good, pretty balanced position.
Hey, listen, Jason, you guys are just out with a new report that basically gets into kind of the things that are top of mind for investors, what they're really concerned about. I feel like at Bloomberg we talk about a lot of things. Certainly it's what the Fed does, what the economic outlook does, geopolitics. What did you guys find out?
Yeah, so the one thing about Lincoln, we have a really unique and robust multi-manager platform. You mentioned the $300 billion or so that we have in assets, and we manage that with a whole bunch of partnerships, great asset managers out there. And then we bring our insights out to the 17 million consumers that invest in and purchase our solutions. So one of the things that we do is we take the views from those 17 million customers, or really the 60,000 financial professionals that are calling on them, and we ask them, what are the questions that you're getting, or we get those questions, and we try to distill that down. So we take all the broad views that we get from our managers, and we distill that down into kind of a 60-page chart book, kind of a best hits. And we also come up every quarter with 3 key themes that seem to be on the minds of investors. And so each quarter we do that. And so most recently, the themes have been really around what happens to markets during an election year. There'd been also a vocal minority suggesting that the Fed might not act in an election year. What would the Fed do in an election year? I think that's been asked and answered, but that's the question that's been on folks' minds. And then the third point is just what's going to happen with rates, and what will drive the Fed to act. So those are really the 3 themes that I'd say have been on the minds of most investors throughout the year, and really more so in the second quarter. And again, some of that's been answered, and the narrative has changed a bit in the last week, given the volatility that we've seen.
But the other thing that you have your finger on the pulse of is, and I just know my financial advisor knows at any given time how broke and overstretched I am financially. How does it look for your clients? Because we're starting to see, fewer bookings with TripAdvisor, fewer bookings with Airbnb than maybe we expected. Visitors to Disney, they're growing, but not as quickly as the investors would like, and more people are staying at home and ordering Disney Plus. So do you see investors kind of trading down, holding off on bigger purchases, maybe a little bit more conservative? I mean, consumers?
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of softening, but I do think the way that the rates, the impact of higher rates has played out, I do think it's had a disproportionate impact on the less affluent consumer. So we're seeing a bit more kind of trading down there, I think, at the less affluent level. Some of the folks that more the mass affluent folks that tend to be purchasers of our solutions, not really seeing any pullback there. And when we look at a lot of the coincident data, look at the travel bookings and as well restaurant bookings, some of those statistics still look pretty good. So softening perhaps at the margins, and particularly at the less affluent end of the marketplace. But big picture, we're still seeing reasonable spending out of the consumer, reasonable views in terms of the markets and allocation of capital.
So somebody comes to you, got a chunk of money to invest. Where do you tell them to put it right now?
So we're really focused on the long term. So we think about it's best to invest in preparation as opposed to prediction. And so that's one of the things that we focus in on, is making sure that folks have a good long-term plan and they stick to that plan. And so that's one of the big things that we're focused on, is just thinking about protection and being prepared, because there are going to be issues where things come down. We offer a lot of solutions around registered index-linked annuities, for example, that provide a degree of protection to the extent that you see some downturns in the market, but also give you that opportunity to invest and get some appreciation. So I would say solutions like that across the annuity and the insurance landscape provide a fantastic way to have both the appreciation as well as that downside protection.
All right, we're going to run. Hey, listen, thanks so much. Jason Borchetti, he is Chief Investment Officer at Lincoln Financial, joining us from Radnor, Pennsylvania. Folks, just got about 10 minutes left in the trade. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Matt Miller in for Tim Stanovic, and this is Bloomberg.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 7 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. Stocks holding close to session highs. One notable exception, Bumble. Stock is plunging. It is on track for its biggest decline on record after the dating app company slashed its annual revenue outlook, signaling that an overhaul of the brand's flagship app has failed to reignite growth. The Austin, Texas-based company said 2024 revenue will gain by 1 to 2% from a year earlier. It had previously forecast growth of as much as 11%. Wall Street was looking for 8.4% based on estimates compiled by Bloomberg. Bottom line, the stock down big time. Right now, we've got shares of Bumble down by 28.9%. Rival Match, the parent of Tinder, Hinge, OkCupid, in our time, we've got Match right now down by about 0.4%. Burger King isn't exactly having it their way when it comes to earnings. The fast food chain's parent company, Restaurant Brands International, posted slower sales growth than expected in the latest quarter, and we caught up with the CEO, Josh Kobza, this morning on Bloomberg.
We are seeing some softness in the consumer, especially in some of our home markets, and you see that play through in some of the data across the industry. That said, we're really focused on having amazing value offerings for our guests in each of the businesses, and I think we're doing a pretty good job at that.
In addition to Burger King, the company's restaurant brands also include Popeyes and Firehouse Subs. Shares are trading lower. QSR, by the way, quick service restaurant on the ticker, up 2.1%. Among rivals, McDonald's up today by 0.9%. And Yum Brands, the parent of Taco Bell, Pizza Hut, and KFC, Yum up now by about 0.4%. And those are our top company stories at this hour. I'm Charlie Pellet, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
I'm switching. Don't take my IFB. Wait, that's yours because that's your IFB. This one's mine. You know, I got to tell you, working with Matt Miller is like herding a bunch of cats.
I'm just one cat.
You're just one cat, but you feel like multiple cats. All right, everybody, we are just a few minutes away from the closing bell, getting ready to head over to our TV colleagues. It's kind of a wacky Thursday. What's been a wacky week, but we are definitely holding on to our gains here with just a few minutes left of trading. I'm always interested in how we come out of the gate, but I'm always interested in the last few minutes of trading, whether or not we see some selling into the trade. And it doesn't look like that at this moment, although we did see that yesterday, right?
Yeah, we absolutely saw that yesterday, and we never know exactly why there's buying and selling. But yesterday, the reason we were given by our illustrious stocks team was a bad treasury rally. Right. I mean, it wasn't a great, auction, not rally, a bad treasury auction. And today
but that auction happened at 1 o'clock.
Today we had a weak auction too, and we are continuing to climb. And I guess the reason is that we had jobless claims slightly better than expected this morning, and last week's NFP number spooked the market. So the idea is now we're bullish because of this. Maybe less of a recession coming or more of a soft landing.
You know what? You know what's going to really be the most important date on our calendars? Can I just tell you?
September 6th?
September 18th.
Oh, okay, true.
Next Fed meeting. Like it's
September 6th is the next non-farm payrolls number.
Also important, but it doesn't absolutely. But in terms of the Fed's going to do what the Fed's going to do at that moment in time. And while the markets may not drive it, that I do believe they look at everything. They'll look at financial market conditions. They'll just look at everything and get a feel of kind of where we are. What does the economy need?
Right. I mean, well, they're data dependent, right? So
are they?
That's what they say all the time. And maybe they need to get ahead of it a little bit instead of waiting for the train to crash before they act.
Yeah. So anyway, it's been an interesting week. I just kind of think about where we started. We have some earnings coming after the closing bell. So we're looking forward to breaking those down. Matt always loves breaking all kinds of earnings down.
I mean, there are some very interesting things that come out in earnings, right?
Absolutely.
Not all of the numbers matter, even though we feel the need to say all of the numbers as quickly as possible and jumbled.
Listen,
yesterday, the number that mattered was $9.1 billion, and that was the write-down at Warner Brothers Discovery. And so we're watching for those kinds of numbers.
All right, folks, do not go anywhere. We will have earnings. We're going to head over to our TV colleagues. The closing bell starts right now.
Right now on Bloomberg.
Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close, starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Bostic here with Alex Steele, taking you through the closing bell. It's a global simulcast. It starts right now. Carol Master and Matt Miller joining us from the radio booth. Scarlett Fu and Tim Stenovic off on this day. We welcome our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, including our partnership with YouTube. Yeah. Remember, Carol Master, Monday we were looking at what? One of the worst days for stocks in a couple of years. And today we're looking at one of the best days for stocks in a couple of years.
Exactly, right? What a wacky world. I'm calling it the Manic Market Week because it really feels that way, right? On Monday, everybody was, or not everybody, but some people were saying we need an emergency Fed cut. I just said to Matt, I'm looking forward to September 18th, that next Fed meeting, because that's when we're going to ultimately know kind of where we go.
I'm looking forward to September 6th, which is the next non-farm payrolls number. I think that's really what set us off on Friday. And you know, we had a number this morning on the labor market that looked a little bit healthier, and that's one of the reasons that we continue to be up near the end of the close today.
I have such a hard time believing that jobless claims alone lifted the equity market, and I know what the chart shows me, but it just makes me feel like, were we going to go there anyway based on the market action? I mean, we faded so hard to the close yesterday. I'm still skeptical.
I love this. This is like, you know, remember when we were everyone was trading off jolts and all these other little things that were noisy and didn't matter? Are we back to that now?
I don't know. Maybe. I don't. But
yes, yes, we are. Because you know what? Yesterday you had a bad auction, Treasury auction, and that's what turned us over. If you watch the charts, today we had a pretty weak Treasury auction too, and we continue to rise because of those jobless claims.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, at least for one day here, the market has a reason to celebrate here. We'll see whether this actually holds into Friday and the rest of the week. But basically, you have about 90% of the S&P in the green. That's going to help it close up by more than 100 points, or about 2.3% as we wait for these numbers to settle. The Dow Jones Industrial Average up almost 700 points, or 1.8%. The NASDAQ Composite up about 2.9%, a 3% gain for the NASDAQ 100, a 6.5% gain for the Philadelphia Semiconductor Index, and the Russell 2000 getting in on the action as well, Carol. Yeah. Higher on the day by 49 points, or 2.4%.
Yeah, pretty significant. S&P 500, most names in that index. Alex, higher today, about 457, gaining ground, and you only had about 45 to the downside.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the pie, the IMAP, right? It's just basically green with a teeny bit of red. It is a full green pizza with a sprinkling of tomato. But volume is also really light, too, guys. I'm having a really hard time taking this price action seriously.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like we've been whipsawed throughout the week.
If you got to sell stock, then you're going to take it real seriously.
Well, hey, guys, sorry, just to interrupt. We got Paramount earnings crossing the wire right now.
Yeah, let's get to it. And here's the big headline, right?
The
second quarter results, including, you know, another one with charges, $5.98 billion charge for those cable networks, and remains so that story, that narrative. Warner Brothers Discovery last night, that concern that those TV networks, the value, it just isn't there anymore, and we continue to see write-downs.
Yeah, you look at the TV revenue in the quarter coming in light, $4.27 billion in the most recent quarter. Their direct-to-consumer revenue, this is basically the streaming business, also coming in light, $1.9 billion here. So this is not necessarily a growth story, even subscriber growth. Total subscribers right now to Paramount Plus at 68 million. The street was looking for 71 million. And then, as you just mentioned, Carol, of course, that big charge, that write-down of assets, $6 billion. You compare that to the $9 million over at Warner Brothers. And yeah, if you're in the linear TV business, yeah, not looking
It's got to be some solace to David Zasloff, right? Because his stock has been hit all day because of the light TV advertising number, but really because of the $9.1 billion write-down that they reported yesterday. So today, Paramount does something very similar, not the same in size, but about 0.2%. And you see the shares, were they bouncing back and forth between gains and losses? And right now, only down 1%, but maybe that's because it was priced in. Paramount was one of the biggest losers on the S&P 500 already today because of, I guess, sympathy with the Warner Brothers report yesterday.
I do have to say, though, guys, revenue at the streaming services, it did jump 13% to $1.88 billion. Now, they did lose some subscribers due to the end of a distribution agreement with South Korea's TVing, but nonetheless, you did have that revenue jump 13% to $1.88 billion.
Yeah, and they're also talking about cost savings. They say, some commentary, looking ahead, we will continue to aggressively execute our strategic plan, which focuses on transforming streaming to accelerate accelerate profitability, streamlining our organization, including at least $500 million in annualized cost savings, and improving the balance sheet by growing free cash flow and optimizing our asset mix. So listen, they're focusing too on cutting costs.
A lot of other earnings coming out now, including from Expedia, a beat on the top and bottom line. At least that's the initial read here. Adjusted EPS in the most recent quarter, $3.51. Street was looking for $3.12. Revenue in the quarter, a beat as well, $3.56 billion. A beat on cash flow as well. I'm not quite seeing any guidance here, but of course, a lot of people really tuned in to what these travel agencies are doing, given some of the concerns about softness in consumer spending.
Looking at the total gross bookings coming in at $28.8 billion. That's slightly above estimates, and it's an increase 6% on a year-on-year basis there.
Yeah, I'm looking at the press release too, and they're talking about, they talk about that 6% growth in gross bookings, revenue growing 6%, pleased with their momentum and the sequential improvement in their consumer brands. However, they say in July, we have seen a more challenging macro environment and a softening in travel demand. We are therefore adjusting our expectations for the rest of this year. That coming from the CEO of Expedia.
Yeah,
Oops is right.
And it sounds a lot like what we heard from Trip a couple of days ago. It sounds a lot like what we heard from Airbnb yesterday. So it does look like, in terms of making bookings and travel, bigger ticket spend, it's hard for the consumer right now.
All right, let's actually go back, of course, to one of the most talked about stocks out there, and that is Paramount. The shares moving slightly higher here in after-hours trading. And I wanted to go back to this idea here as to sort of what the turnaround is. I mean, we know the Skydance deal still going to take some time, of course, for this to close and for some of the changes by Ellison to get made here. But the big question is sort of, what is the future of this company? Is it this sort of conglomerate that it once was, or is it going to be broken up into something else here? Because when you look at that write-down, $6 billion, and we're talking about acquisitions that were just made in the last 5 years for Paramount. For Warner Brothers, it was in the last 2 years, and you're already writing those down.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great way of phrasing it. It's like they're making money on streaming. Their streaming subscriber growth is good if you just discount what happened over in South Korea. They're making money off of it, but that linear TV just can't seem to make it. But what are you going to do about that? And how do you break that up? How do you monetize it? And clearly these guys don't have the answers yet.
Just one point on that, too. I know we're focusing on the TV revenue, which was awful, down 17%. But then as their theatrical revenue was also down. And then, of course, their filmed entertainment revenue was also down as well by double-digit percentages here. So this is a company that almost across the board is struggling.
Yeah, all right, let's go to Sweetgreen here because those earnings are out as well. So the loss per share in the second quarter came in at 13 loss per share there. The revenue coming in at $184.6 million. That is better than expected. Revenue beating estimates, guys. You all like those $25 salads, and they're making the money. Well, why really? Like, you can't get a salad for less than that?
I don't go a lot, but I really do like it.
By the way, I go to Sweetgreen almost every day, and I've never paid $25 for the salad.
20?
So you might be going to the wrong one.
Maybe. I still think they're really expensive, but fair enough. I mean, they're clearly making the revenue for it there. You look stock up over 10%.
All right, another stock out right now, Lionsgate, of course, the filmmaker coming out with their earnings. Not a whole lot of change in their shares in after hours trading. A loss in the most recent quarter of about 25 cents a share, which is better than the loss that they had a year ago here. EPS in the quarter, we should point out, coming in right around 9 cents. The street was looking for, on an adjusted basis, coming in at 9 cents. The street was looking for 4.2. Revenue on that coming in light, 834 million. Street was looking for 857.
I think this this block of entertainment companies reporting is just so fascinating. And you know, Alex was pointing out that at Paramount they had growth in streaming. At Warner Brothers Discovery, don't remember, they had growth in streaming as well. Ad revenue from streaming at Warner Brothers doubled to $240 million. So they're doing well with streaming. It's just the linear TV assets. And the question about what they're going to do is write them down and probably try and split them off, which is what Warner Brothers is already looking to do in the first place. You wonder if it's the same thing if what's the name of the Oracle guy? His kid? If he's going to do that with Paramount as well.
Well, and what's interesting, I'm looking at Lionsgate. Go back there if we can. We're pleased to report a solid quarter despite unprecedented industry disruption, the after effects of the strikes. And they say their motion picture group stars and their library performed well, though financial results in their TV segment reflected a heavily backloaded year. So, you know, I feel a little bit of a theme here, guys.
Yeah, but let's not like oversell like the film part, like the filmed entertainment revenue over at Paramount, for example. That was still down 18% year on year, coming in at $679 million. Because you know what? They didn't have Inside Out 2, and they didn't have Deadpool. Not that that would have counted for now. I'm just. This is my point to talk about Deadpool. That's all.
All right, guys, just watching some of these move. Paramount Paramount right now up about 1% here in the aftermarket. But who doesn't love?
Have we all seen Have you seen Deadpool?
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh my God, it's so good.
I love that you love this stuff.
I love this stuff.
Expedia down about 3-4% here in the aftermarket. All right, maybe there's a road trip for all of us. All right, that is a wrap. Our cross-platform coverage.
A road trip? What, like across the street?
Well, yeah. All right, so it's a little walk across the street. Across platform, radio, TV, YouTube, Bloomberg Originals. We call it the closing bell. Guys, we will see you same time, same place tomorrow.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, I just have to say, go back to Expedia, which is now just down about 2%, but I think this consumer softness stuff, right, and especially when it comes to travel, whether it's Disney, going to the parks, Expedia, Airbnb, is it just a reset coming off of the pandemic, right, when everybody, or as soon as everybody could get out of their house and we were cleared, and we're just getting back to normal, or is it something more significant?
You know what? I think it is that revenge travel. You know, there was a period coming out of the pandemic. A lot of people followed the rules and stayed home. Not me. But they then needed to get out and do something. And so there was a period of time when they were making a lot of bookings on TripAdvisor, on Expedia, using Airbnb. And that momentum has slowed down a little bit. It's interesting that they're all showing it at the same time this quarter, but that's just how it goes. It doesn't mean it's completely gone.
When a cycle turns, it turns.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, and Disney, I keep going back to the parks, right? They still had 2% growth, but they wanted more. This market wants more than that because we're priced to perfection.
All right, we're going to switch gears a little bit, folks. We want to get into a company that is working to give low-income women in the developing world specifically access to financial tools. We talk a lot about financial education, the democratization of finance access, if you will. We take it for granted, right? We've got credit cards, we've got banking accounts, you know, we've got financial advisors who tell you to stop spending.
Exactly. Mine tell me that as well. But listen, it's much easier for us because we're not in a war zone, okay? If you're in Ukraine, it's completely different.
It's crazy.
I imagine for anyone, but for women whose oftentimes husbands are at the front lines or worse, it's a lot harder. And Women's World Banking has just launched the Ukraine Refugee Research Project. The initial phase of the research is a survey of 800 Ukrainian women refugees. So maybe they're actually out of the war zone, but still dealing with incredible challenges. Mary Ellen, what have you been doing to figure out what these women need and how we can help them?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for shining a light on this question. We've actually now gone and done this second round of the research, found a lot of really interesting stuff. This, you know, Ukraine had a very high level of financial inclusion, lots of people with bank accounts, including women. Everybody had a cell phone. When men were prohibited from leaving the country, you know, of a men under 60, you had this really unique event of women having to leave the country with old people and dependents. What did they do? They took all their money out in cash, got to the border. You have a non-convertible currency. The Ukrainian hryvnia was not a hard currency at the time. So you had some really ugly stuff happen at the border. You know, lots of women with currency that wasn't really translatable. So some not so great stories. You had people flowing into Romania, into Poland, and some of the neighboring countries. Had well-known European banks that had opened accounts for, had opened branches in Ukraine, not letting people have access to accounts. It was really a very bad situation, even for a country where there had been a lot of access and a lot of education. So it was a real moment frankly, for regulators. You don't always see regulators doing the good thing and the right thing. And what they did was the European Central Bank just put out an edict. You had to lower your KYC requirements, let people open bank accounts in the countries that they were coming to, so that if they were able to work, that they had a place to have money deposited to. And then in a year later, we just saw some really dramatically different results where most of these women were working. Many of them had gone to Poland, and you've seen Ukrainian refugees really filling a huge number of jobs in that country. And, with bank accounts, sending money home back to family members who were not able to leave. So very different
Can I just say first, that is such a positive story in a sense. Obviously, it's a horrible situation that they're in. They're fleeing a war. Their currency is useless. But oftentimes, especially in incredibly bureaucratic regimes like Europe, it's impossible to change policy, even though everybody can point to the problem that needs to be fixed, because there's just too many layers of bureaucracy. The fact that the ECB was able to do that, just that little change to banking KYC rules, is refreshing, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you, and we really have kind of tried to make that our mantra, because it's not just these women leaving Ukraine. We have more people displaced right now, 100 million people around the world displaced from their homes, from other conflicts, from climate, and it's not like that's going to get any worse. So we've got a real model, and as you say, not always the least bureaucratic model in Europe, but you've got a real model of what regulators can do to ease that burden of people who have to leave home.
What still holds it back? And I ask you that because I feel like I go back to the beginning of my career and Muhammad Yunus and microloans and the importance of women in a household, that if they've got just a little bit of money, can build a business and pay back that money and help support their family and raise their way of living, if you will. So what are still the obstacles when it comes to financial inclusion for women? And I guess particularly in difficult situations or in the developing world.
In this case, they need to have an address, right?
Well, right, exactly.
There are so many... there are so many issues that you deal with when you're trying to start a business. In Germany, for example, Mary Ellen, I just moved back from Germany, where we had obviously a ton of Syrian refugees coming in. And if you didn't have an address and you didn't have a cell phone and you didn't have a taxpayer ID, I mean, forget about it. And in order to change this, it's not like everyone doesn't want to change it and make it easier, but there are just too many layers to make it happen. In this case, are you seeing the ECB work with local governments to make that possible?
Well, frankly, not just the European central banks. We are finally seeing governments around the world waking up to it's not even a nice to have anymore, a digital ID, something that does travel with you when you are kicked out of Syria and go to Jordan. Jordan did an interesting thing. You were talking about microfinance. Jordan has a very well-developed microfinance, very well-regulated microfinance sector. You had a lot of Syrians come in at the worst part of the crisis. They were able to get microloans to set up businesses. You had thriving businesses in the camps, interestingly. But then when they decided they were going to either go back or go elsewhere throughout the Middle East, couldn't leave the country if you didn't pay your loan. And that digital identification and that loan kind of followed you to the border. So the necessity of having that identification is just becoming, absolutely essential. And the Indians were really the pioneers in creating that system called the Aadhaar, where everyone in the country really has that universal identification. And for any issues you might raise about the Prime Minister, he's really done a terrific job in promoting identification and inclusion.
Are you able, Mary Ellen, to create a model? Because you're right, we're not going to see, the problem of refugees decline at all. Here in this country, we have a ton of refugees rolling in from Venezuela for obvious reasons, from Haiti for obvious reasons, and we can all, I think, sympathize with them. In Europe, they have refugees coming in from Syria, from Ukraine. I imagine you're going to have Palestinian refugees flooding countries in the Middle East and possibly coming here into the West as well. Are you able to create a model that makes it easier for these women, in a lot of cases, who have lost their husbands and any kind of livelihood to try and get by?
And Mary Ellen, forgive, but we only have about 25 seconds.
Oh my goodness. Well,
sorry.
Just really quickly, the places where we've seen it work really well, like Lebanon, for example, are bring the refugees in, but you make sure you don't forget that domestic population. You put them together, you have them work together, they both get loans, you build that community together, so you're not setting up one against the other.
Mary Ellen Iskandarian, President and CEO at Women's World Banking, thank you so much. Coming up, folks, a trip around America.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Among the names reporting after the close of trading moments ago, we heard from Expedia Group, the online travel agency. It is warning of softening travel demand in the current quarter and says it will be adjusting its expectations for the rest of the year without providing revised guidance. After ours, we got the Class A Expedia shares falling by 2.3%. A big day to the upside today. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all rallying. S&P was up 119 points, ending at 5319, up by 2.3%. Biggest rally since November 2022. The Dow up 683, up 1.8%. The NASDAQ Composite Index, the outperformer, up by 2.9% today, up by 464 points. The Russell 2000 took part in the gains as well. Small cap shares up by 2.4%. 10-year yield 3.98%, with a 2-year yielding 4.03%. Spot gold up 1.8%, 24.25 the ounce. Crude up 1.1%, 76.10 a barrel. Bitcoin surged 8.1% today. Bitcoin 59,638 on Bitcoin. So again, recapping a big rally. S&P today up by 2.3%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, America the Beautiful, if only the late, great Ray Charles can do. So how many have wanted to travel across the United States? Some have, some go a usual route of the country's national parks. Nothing wrong with that. Some decide to take the road less traveled, or at least a road that is the nation's first transcontinental route, and to take the trip during the pandemic, trying to better understand America and listening to music along the way. Frank Asbury did just that. He traveled the back roads of the United States that is known as the Lincoln Highway with his wife in a Winnebago. He is a Bloomberg Opinion columnist, member of the editorial board covering national affairs. Full disclosure, chief speechwriter to then Mayor Michael Bloomberg during the 2020 presidential campaign and in New York City Hall. Michael Bloomberg, of course, the founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. His new book, Frank's new book, Backroads and Better Angels, A Journey into the Heart of American Democracy. He joins us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. I should say welcome, but you're family.
What a cool trip.
And you first thought about it back in 2016, right?
Back in 2016, when the country seemed to be coming apart at the seams, I was looking for a different way into the story that everybody was talking about, which is what's happening and why is the country so divided. And I wanted to go exploring what holds the country together. And I stumbled across this thing called the Lincoln Highway, which, as it turns out, starts here in New York in Times Square and runs all the way across the country to San Francisco. And it was the first road to connect the two coasts. It was dedicated in 1913. And so I thought, what better way to explore what holds the country together than by channeling the spirit of Lincoln and driving this road. Now, it didn't happen because life got in the way, but the pandemic came along in 2020, and my wife and I realized this was our opportunity. It was now or never.
Was it snap judgment? No problem? Your wife said, yep, I'm in?
It took a little work. It wasn't quite that quick, but she was all in, and it did happen really quickly. We had never driven an RV before, and so we had to move quickly. And
25 feet, 2017, Winnebago.
Exactly. We decided it was the biggest RV we wanted to drive and the smallest RV we wanted to live in, but it had everything we needed: a bed, a kitchen, a bathroom, and off we went.
So you made some interesting stops. I mean, obviously, you had a job to do. You weren't just driving and sightseeing.
That's right.
You wanted to stop and talk to important people. How did you choose, with whom you would speak, and, how do you set up? I feel like you had to have a tour manager in order to organize everything.
I wish I had had a tour manager. It was very much happening on the fly. I didn't have a lot of time to put it together, but I wanted to talk with people who would represent a cross-section of the country, people from all different backgrounds and working all different types of jobs and different industries. And I wanted to talk with people who had interesting stories to tell that would represent what I was after, which was this better sense of what holds us together. And so in some cases, the people we spoke with, of course, was just spontaneous, people we met along the way, always interested to hear those stories. But I also would reach out to people before we arrived in town and ask, do you have time to sit down? Sometimes it was a civic leader, sometimes it was a business leader, sometimes it was a farmer, sometimes it was an activist. And the good thing about the pandemic, to the extent there was a good thing, is people had more time on their hands. Everyone's schedule was interrupted, and people were really generous with their time.
We found it just kind of once everybody got up and running and being on air and working from our homes, everybody was accessible because everybody was home.
That's right.
I do want to ask you, your first interview, who that was, and I also want to even take one more step back. Why the Lincoln Highway?
Yeah. So the Lincoln Highway to me represented it was a hopeful idea in 1913 when there was no road across the country. It was a way to stitch the country together, a way to encourage more people to see more of the country. I think that's still something that we need more of today. At a time when we talk about flyover country, the Lincoln Highway was kind of the original idea of combating the notion of flyover country. And so we left on September 11th from New York City. And
you purposely chose September 11th?
We did, because having lived in New York on September 11th, it's impossible not to carry with you the spirit, I think, the spirit of unity that we all felt in the aftermath. And so that's what I wanted to take with us and to try to channel. And so my first interview on September 11th was actually with the mayor of Jersey City, Steve Fulop, who was downtown as I was.
My home city.
Oh, is that right?
Get very far.
It didn't get very far at all. No.
I'm a Jersey person, but it's where I
You
live
started
now.
in Times Square and you just drove to Jersey City. You're like, let's stop here.
Stop here. First stop, yeah. And we stopped. There's a Lincoln statue in Jersey City, a great one. And so I had a great conversation with him about his 9/11 story. He was working downtown as I was on that day. He ended up joining the Marines, and he talked about his journey from there and what led him to end up running for office.
So what about when you actually get into flyover country? Because you're still a long way from it in Jersey City, okay? I mean, you haven't even got to the Newark airport yet.
You gotta start somewhere.
So like when you get to the real America.
No, that's all real.
Who are you talking to in the heartland, though?
Well, as all people from all different walks of life. And so, the heartland also includes Chicago. The Lincoln Highway runs through big cities and small towns. But in Ohio, I spoke with a farmer, Chris Gibbs, who had a real interesting story. A friend of mine introduced me to him. He was a lifelong Republican, very active in Republican Party politics. Grew disillusioned with the party under Trump, decided to become an independent. And in doing that, he found something happened he didn't expect, which is he lost most of his friends. And that was a really tough story to hear. But it was representative of how personal politics has become, I think. And a lot of people have a version of that where we've lost friendships over that. The good news of his story is he didn't give up. He decided to become an independent, and as it turns out, the Democratic Party asked him to chair the local county party committee, and he's now doing that.
I'm just trying to get to the other side because, we're here in New York. When we put together a two-sided panel, neither one likes Trump, right? When you talk to a Republican, you're talking to one who doesn't support Trump, but yet half the country does support Trump. And I imagine you left this, bubble in order to get in touch with that other half to find out what these hillbilly elegy people were all about. So did you run into any
of course, of course we did. Lots of Trump supporters and saw Trump signs all along the route, lots of them. But my purpose was not to try to explain other people to readers, right? This was not hillbilly elegy. I wasn't trying to do that. I was trying to let people speak about their own experiences in ways that would remind us of what holds us together. And so to give you one example of a Trump supporter, a really strong Trump supporter I spoke with, two, husband and wife out in Arizona. When we made it to the end of the Lincoln Highway, we kept going. Two ranchers. And they talked about how difficult life had been for them under the Obama administration because of a change in a EPA rule, and the difficulty they were facing because of an EPA rule that would require them to fence their ranchers. It's open range. It require them to fence their road, and it would have cost $2 million. I said $1.6 million. I said, $1.6 million to put a fence up? Granted, it's a big property. And he said, well, I could do it for $60,000, but because of federal regulations, it would cost me $1.6 million. And so that's an example of someone who, I think the more you listen to people's stories about why they support the other party, the more understandable they become.
Did you find most people were willing to talk?
Absolutely. In fact, almost no one said, I don't want to talk or I don't have time. People were really forthcoming and welcoming.
Did you? Oh, go ahead, Matt.
Well, no, I'm curious about the Winnebago side of it because I would love to do that. Also, I've never driven an RV.
We'll talk about when you first got it, right? You had to go to, was it Tennessee? No, where'd you go to pick it up?
So we bought it used, and a woman in Florida was kind enough to drive it halfway, so I met her in North Carolina.
Oh, North Carolina, forgive me.
Picked it up, had no idea what I was doing, got in the driver's seat, feared that I had bit off more than I could chew, and kind of did. But at that point, it was too late. And so we drove it back to New York, and then off we went. But yeah, neither of us, my wife nor I, had driven an RV before. We had never lived in an RV.
You parked it on the street in the city?
Well, we brought it upstate for a few days, and then we brought it back into the city. But no, I never actually. In fact, we walked the first mile of the Lincoln Highway from Times Square to the river, and then we got a ferry and picked up.
It was on the other side?
Yes, it was on the other side. Yeah.
Smart move.
Yeah.
Listen, sit tight. We're going to do some news, but we'll come back and continue the conversation. Talking with Frank Barry. Back Roads and Better Angels is his book, A Journey into the Heart of American Democracy, because I am also curious about maybe the last person he talked to and if he has hope going forward, but we're going to get into that on the other side. This is Bloomberg. All right, everybody, let's get a check on world and national news. Off to Amy Morris.
All right, thank you, Carol. Donald Trump says he has agreed to 3 debates in September against Vice President Kamala Harris. At a press event from his Mar-a-Lago home in Florida, Trump said those debates would be in September on Fox News, ABC, and NBC.
But I look forward to the debates because I think we have to set the record straight. Why is it that millions of people were allowed to come into our country from prisons, from jails, from mental institutions, insane asylums?
ABC posted on social media both Harris and Trump have confirmed that they will participate in a debate on September 10th. Vice President Kamala Harris is at a campaign stop in Detroit with her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Harris says she does not support halting arms shipments to Israel as a way to pressure Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's administration over the war in Gaza. Activists and progressive Democrats have tried to pressure Harris into taking a more assertive stance than President Biden on the war, now that Harris is the Democratic presidential nominee. President Biden himself says he's not confident there will be a peaceful transfer of power if Donald Trump loses the election in November.
If Trump loses, I'm not confident. He means what he says. We don't take him seriously. He means it. All the stuff about if we lose, there'll be a bloodbath.
In his first interview since leaving the race, Biden told CBS he plans to campaign for the Harris-Walz ticket. Team USA runner Noah Lyles lost the Olympic 200 meters, falling to Botswana's Listyle Tabogo. Lyles got the bronze, but then he collapsed on the track after the race and was tended to by medics who carted him off the track in a wheelchair. Later, wearing a mask as he spoke with reporters, Lyles confirms he has COVID. The Summer Games in Paris continue. The U.S. with the most medals, totaled 103. China with 72. France has 53, and the U.S. has the most gold at 30. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris, and this is Bloomberg.
4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Sweet gains for Sweet Green. It is absolutely surging after the salad chain posted sales that outpaced market expectations. It also raised its outlook for the full year. Shares of the Los Angeles-based company After Hours, they are now up by 22%. Big day for stocks today with the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ all surging. Jobless claims Thursday. The S&P 500 had its biggest rally since November of 2022. Stocks staged a solid rebound and bonds retreated after the latest labor market reading helped ease concern about a more pronounced slowdown in the U.S. economy. The S&P 500 index today did advance by 119 points, closing above 5,300, up 2.3%. The S&P now at 5,319. The Dow up 683 points, up 1.8%. NASDAQ up 464 points, higher by 2.9%. 10-year yield 3.98%. The 2-year yield today 4.03%. Spot gold up 1.8%. 24.26 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.1%. WTI 76.08 a barrel. Cannot ignore the move in Bitcoin today, up 8.1%. Bitcoin back at 59,606. Bottom line, up day for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. As for the market backdrop, Jason Bronchetti is Chief Investment Officer at Lincoln Financial. He was a guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
So seeing a little bit of volatility was something that we're just trying to let clients know that this happens. This is not an atypical amount of volatility, and we've now seen a bit of economic data to prove that out. I think as we see a little bit, a few additional data points here, start to see things turn around a bit. So view this more as a consolidation as opposed to something more extreme.
Jason Bronchetti of Lincoln Financial. Again, after hours, we got Sweet Green surging by 22% after earnings. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Part of Frank's
Thank you very
playlist.
much. I appreciate it. I'm so bummed that I will miss the last shows at the Sphere this weekend. Maybe I'll fly out there.
Or get into Winnebago.
In Winnebago, it's going to take a while.
All right,
you guys took 2 months to get across the country.
We did.
I mean, that way,
Yes. Right. 2 months to get to San Francisco. We arrived on Election Day or on Election Day Eve. And
What was that like?
Well, it was crazy because San Francisco was empty downtown. It was being boarded up as we pulled in because there was a real fear of Election Day or Election Night violence if the results went the wrong way. And so that was really disturbing to see. In a trip that was exploring democracy, to be in a city where there was a fear of violence at the end of an election, that's something that I had never seen in my life.
We're a young country, a young democracy, right? We've definitely seen our moments of strife. We've had a civil war. After talking to people, do you have more hope?
A lot, yeah. I came away really optimistic, actually, and full with hope. Partly because that's what I heard from people when there was a lot of frustration I'd hear from both Democrats and Republicans about how divided we were. But in the end, most people expressed hope that we would get through it. They weren't always able to articulate exactly why, but there was this sense that we would get through it because that's what we do. And actually, there's a lot of history in the book, but that's probably the most historically accurate assessment that you could make because we've been through so much as a country, even though we're relatively young, so much violence and division, Civil War being the worst of it, but plenty of other episodes too. But we've found ways to get through it, and part of the story of the book is highlighting those ways, the kind of the values that have led us out of the dark times. And I think the more we can recognize that we've been through versions of what we're experiencing today, the more kind of hope and faith we will have that we can get through it.
Are there any prescriptions? I mean, hopefully we don't have to get to a civil war before we can reset, right? How should we deal with this division?
Well, there's a lot I think that we can learn from Lincoln, and that's why he's the perfect guide for the trip. And so one thing to keep in mind is, Lincoln in the 1850s, as the country was heading towards civil war, said of white Southerners, they are just as we would be if we were in their situation. Now, Lincoln abhorred slavery, thought of it as a moral abomination. But here he was speaking about Southerners and their support for slavery with no judgment. And I think that is something that we can learn from, because today there's so much judgment about the other side and so much kind of quickness to decide that the other side is not just wrong, but they're evil. And I think the more that we can recognize that we're shaped by our circumstances and that that different points of view can still hold valid perspectives, to not assume that we are entirely correct, that others have valid viewpoints, the more that we can try to hold the whole thing together.
Frank, do you think it's just Donald Trump, so that if he is no longer a part of the GOP or guiding or leading the GOP, do things change? I mean, you saw people as you drove, and it was off the beaten path, right? Sometimes it was dirt roads. And one of the things that we often talk about is the struggles that a lot of Americans feel that, yep, we've got a stock market that sometimes is hitting records, or we've seen it, and yet that's not Main Street. And so I wonder if it's something deeper in the fabric right now.
Yeah, it's definitely deeper. This doesn't all go away. The division doesn't all go away if Trump goes away. I definitely believe it runs much deeper than that, and that's why we've got to be able to recognize what can get us through it. Because it's not just defeating Donald Trump. It's not waiting for him to leave the political scene. Mm-hmm. The forces that are dividing the country right now, and you see it anytime you pick up social media. You see it on your phone, but you hear it in conversations, and you sense it in people's anxiety. All of that is going to be with us, and it really requires leaders to tap into, as say in the book, the better angels of our nature. It's a Lincoln phrase, but it does require leadership that reminds us of the best of America and the best of our values, and to recognize when leaders are trying to exploit the worst in us and to tap into our fears and hatred.
Well, and I guess we have to be open as well. When I think about the problems on the left, you've got the sort of cancel culture and sort of this gaslighting censorship. I'm sure a lot of people on the right feel that they can't speak or be heard because they're not allowed to say how they feel.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more, and that's something I speak with people in the book about, that also is a threat to democracy, and sometimes Democrats fall into the trap of thinking that threats only exist on the right, and that's wrong. They exist on the left too, and that censorship that you're talking about is a big part of it, and I heard that from people in different parts of our journey, the fear of speaking their minds. Mm-hmm. And a lot of times that fear was on the left because of either facing personal or professional repercussions for stating their opinion. That's a really unhealthy thing in a democratic society if people feel afraid to express an opinion.
Does academia make it worse? I used to think about, one of our producers said, that's what college is. You say stupid things and then you learn.
Yeah.
And we don't do that anymore. Or if you do, the penalties are incredible.
Yeah.
Are you talking about professors or students?
I'm talking about both. No, but you know what I'm saying? Like it was an environment.
Both are capable of saying stupid things.
You know what I'm...
Yeah, college should be a place where you make mistakes and learn and grow. But also, any community should have a level of forgiveness and understanding that we're not going to see things differently. And the desire to shame and punish people for being on what someone views as the wrong side of an issue is really counterproductive to a civil democratic society.
Your last person, we've only got about 40 seconds. Did you think long and hard about the last person you wanted to speak to?
Well, as it happens, the trip, we went across the country and back. We ended at the Lincoln Memorial. And so I had an old friend I hadn't spoken to in many years, Sergeant Mike Riccardi, who's a Capitol Police officer. He was on duty on January 6th. And so I spoke to him about his day. He's a conservative Republican, and he relayed the events of that day and how harrowing and dangerous and how much worse it almost was. And that was a really powerful thing to hear from him. And so that helps to conclude the story.
I'm interested in the Winnebago. How did you like it, and would you do it again?
We would do it again in a heartbeat. We loved it. We got very comfortable in it very quickly. We made plenty of mistakes, and learned along the way, but yes, do it again in a second.
Nice. If you didn't know, Matt is our car guy.
It's been a long day.
It's been a super long week. Frank, thank you so much. Good luck with it.
Thank you.
The book, Backroads and Better Angels, A Journey into the Heart of American Democracy. It is out now. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
This land was made for you and company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Delta Airlines says it expects $380 million in lost revenue this quarter from CrowdStrike Holdings' technology outage that forced the carrier to cancel thousands of flights last month. The sales hit is due primarily to customer refunds and compensation in the form of cash and loyalty miles. Delta estimated $170 million in cost to reimburse passengers for expenses and spending relating to crews. Barclays is removing an EU-era limit on some of its top bankers and traders' bonuses, joining rivals Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan Chase in ditching the cap. This change will allow the company's so-called material risk takers to now earn a bonus that is as much as 10 times their base salary. Today, we had a big move in shares of UA. Under Armour, it rallied today by 18.3% after earnings. More on the quarter from Poonam Goyal, retail analyst with Bloomberg Intelligence.
They're executing, right? This is the start, but make no mistake, they have a long, long way to go. I think the fact that they beat expectations is a good sign that they've stopped the bleeding and it's getting better, but getting to positive sales is still going to be a long while. In fact, before we see actually some meaningful improvement in product, which is a key part of the story, it's not going to be for another 9 to 12 months.
Bloomberg's Poonam Goyal again. Shares of Under Armour up today by 18.3%. Eli Lilly moved ahead in the race to dominate the red-hot obesity market as rival Novo Nordisk struggles to keep up with demand. Lilly up today by 9.5%. Novo was up by 7.5%. Those are our top company stories, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenbeck on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody. Matt and I getting ready to wrap up on the Thursday edition of Bloomberg Business Week. More Business Week in just a moment. First up, though, back to World and National News and back to D.C. and Amy Morris. Amy.
All right, thank you, Carol. Republican nominee Donald Trump says the president should have some say over interest rates and monetary policy, a move that would go against the long-standing practice of the U.S. Federal Reserve being independent of political actors.
I feel the president should have at least say in there. Yeah, I feel that strongly. I think that in my case, I made a lot of money. I was very successful, and I think I have a better instinct than, in many cases, people that would be on the Federal Reserve or the chairman.
Trump has frequently expressed frustration that the executive branch does not have more sway over interest rates, and he criticized Fed Reserve Chair Jerome Powell for being a little bit too early and a little bit too late in moving interest rates. Trump also proposed 3 debates with Vice President Harris. He says he has agreed to debates on Fox, NBC, and ABC in September. ABC says both Trump and Harris have committed to a debate on September 10th. Vice President Harris and her running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, showing their support for organized labor during an appearance at a United Auto Workers Union Hall in Detroit.
We want to recognize the right all people have to freedom and liberty to make choices, especially those that are about heart and home, and not have their government telling them what to do.
Harris and Walz continued their campaign blitz with a stop in Arizona. The summer games in Paris continue, and I got to tell you, it was close there for a minute. USA men's basketball team, Carol, cover your ears, was down 13 at the end of the third quarter against Serbia. Now they're advancing to the gold medal game to face France. Yes, I was hollering. The U.S. has the most medals now, total with 103. China has 72. France has 53, and the U.S. has the most gold right now at 30. Global news 24 hours a day, whenever you want it, with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Amy Morris. Back to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Matt Miller.
Was that a little South Carolina coming
out
of you?
Were you hollering, Amy?
Oops. Yeah, well, I just spent a weekend with my parents in South Carolina, so it comes out right a little bit.
We love it.
We do love it. All right, Amy Morris there with World and National News in D.C. Hey, this story popping up among the most read has to do with a Malibu mansion coming up for sale.
Yeah, $300 million for, I guess it's a 9.5-acre oceanfront estate that sold in June for $290 million, and that was the most ever for a California residence. Surpassed the high mark that was set just last year when Beyonce and Jay-Z, who paid $190 million for a sprawling Malibu compound, had the record. And nearby is a home purchased in 2021 by Mark Andreessen and his wife for $177 million. So it's an area, I think, where there are a lot of very high priced, it's safe to say very high priced
I think
homes.
this is the right one. Red tiled roof mansion built in 2001, a rare 120-foot wide oceanfront lot, opens